Hi, welcome to week 7. This week's focus is on family multiliteracies. Our team has been working very hard on this particular week, where we have professionally captured videos of families throughout the Midwest and are representative of families from your school districts. And so you may see some familiar faces, but we enter into the homes with great sacredness, going into the spaces of our children's homes and learning about how families view bilingualism, language, and literacies. And you will see here the definition of multiliteracies and how this can be instructive to us as teachers in our classroom of English learners, as you'll see here in these videos, more appropriately framed emergent bilinguals. So let's take a closer look.
I wanted to ask the communities of Frankfort, Logansport, Lafayette, and Lawrence Township. I keep hearing that Lafayette and Frankfort have bilingual programs in their community, and I was not familiar with you all having a bilingual program. So I wondered where in your school district is it? And second, is it part of a school, or is it an after school program? Is it preschool or a Head Start program? I'm just curious. I came up in a lot of your papers, and I'm just wondering because I was not aware that all school districts in this cohort had bilingual programs. Thanks.
Multiliteracies. So this term has been around since the mid-90s. You'll see here a group of scholars from around the world that had similar but slightly different foci, but many being in colleges of education, linguistics, and anthropology, where they endeavored to examine the changing definition of literacy and specifically the changing definition of languages, and that we can't just be focused on literacy looking one way, but that we need to think more inclusively of the cultural, linguistic, communicative, and technological diversity, not just as skills, but resources that our children bring to the class. So this is them dressed very groovily in the mid-1990s. You can tell by their attire. And of course, at this time, these scholars are some of them have actually retired, but have gone on to talk extensively about multiliteracies. But this is why they call themselves the New London Group. They met in New London, New Hampshire, and basically created this seminal paper that is informing the field today. So multiliteracies takes us a step farther than just thinking about literacies in a one-dimensional format. So I've already described the cultural, linguistic, communicative, and technological resources that our children bring to school. But to talk about this more simply, what happens in homes is of significance and of value to the child and to the family. And those values that children bring to schools are important cultural resources that are to be understood within schools instead of squashed or ignored. Oftentimes, we are not aware of the multiliteracies that our children bring to school. And that's the purpose of the project that we just recently did on the interviews with our families and your analysis forthcoming. So multiliteracies really helps us shift things on its head from looking at different languages and literacies as a deficit that takes away and looking at things more additively and how students can contribute uniquely to school. But it's incumbent upon us as educators to think about how those differences can be incorporated. So let's take a look at these two columns. You'll see on the left-hand side is the traditional or autonomous definition of literacy and language, meaning it's fixed, it's one-dimensional, and it's just text. And the scholars from the New London Group suggest that literacy and language is dynamic and fluid, it's negotiated, it's multidimensional, and it's also multimodal, meaning it can be expressed in a lot of different ways, including technological, in languages other than English, and in languages that we have that maybe are not necessarily linguistic, other forms of expression as well. So this is a clearer definition of what multiliteracies claims to be with the things that are on the right-hand side. Think about your schools, think about the homes of your families, and where do these intersect, and where do they perhaps collide or conflict? So why is it important to think about literacy more fluidly and not as being fixed and standardized? This is really the construction we often do in schools. Language looks like this, language is expressed like this, literacy is this, and you must master it by this time, right? Very, very standardized. Um, and so if there is one standard, then what that does is it suggests that other expressions of language and literacy are non-standard. And if they're non-standard, the tendency is to drive our focus on the deficits and remediating those deficits out of children. The other thing that this does is if we construct literacy and languages in this way, what it does is it says that schools are better at it than the families. And that is really, really hard for me to say. But this is something that often schools know best instead of parents know best. And that's something that I want you to really seriously think about. The biggest thing that happens when we have this literacy is fixed mentality, or the myth of this, is it really diminishes opportunities for something we call reciprocity. Reciprocity is an equal relationship between the teacher and the parent. And oftentimes this is something we need to foster, and it takes time. And I hope that through your case studies, you've gotten to know a family a little bit better. And through this, you have a window into their world that can create a flatter line of communication that can serve as a model for other families that you approach throughout your school year and throughout your career as an educator. So think about this. How do we in schools construct language and literacy? What have been some of your shifts around language and literacy since starting this program? And what are the implications for you as a teacher among your English learners?
So I think that this whole discussion can be a touchy issue for educators. And it's been hard for me to parse out why that is. And I think a lot of it is surrounding the current um, political climate in terms of, like the Red for Ed movement. I think that teachers could be afraid of saying that I don't always know best in terms of language and literacy and language, because to do so would be to diminish their expertise as a teacher, when in fact that is a myth. And to say that I don't always know the whole child would actually be to their credit as a teacher, because then they can draw on the resources that the parent obviously has, as their children um, are their children and they are the experts on their children. And I think part of the problem contributing to this is we don't want to diminish the expertise that's required to be in the education profession. So I think that can be a roadblock or a stumbling block, if you will, to teachers in engaging in this reciprocal relationship with parents. I also think that another roadblock is that, because unfortunately there are some bad apples out there, um, that ruins our view of the whole population. So I think that in the article Funds of Knowledge for Teaching by Mole, Amonte, Neff, and Gonzalez, they summed it up well. They said this on page 134, underneath the heading Funds of Knowledge for Teaching. They said our analysis of funds of knowledge represents a positive, and we argue realistic, view of households as containing ample cultural and cognitive resources with great potential utility for classroom instruction. See Mole and Greenberg, 1990, Mole et al., 1990. This view of households we should mention, and here's what stuck out to me, contrasts sharply with prevailing and accepted perceptions of working class families as somehow disorganized socially and deficient intellectually. And that's what stood out to me. I think because we know that there are households, there are families where unfortunately the caregivers slash guardians slash parents are not doing their job, that we apply this this hopefully this exception of students who are in households where they are not getting what they need. We apply this mentality and we just assume and we lump everybody into the same category. Oh, well, because you come from a household like this, then this must be what's going on. And I think that that's a mistake that we have to make. We overgeneralize the idea that if you're in poverty, your parents must be neglectful and you must not be getting a lot of time with them and blah, 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 blah. Or you must not have other like teachers and models modeling different spheres of activity outside the school, within the community, modeling those activities for the students. And I think those are the two roadblocks that I am seeing for this reciprocity in the relationship between families and schools. I think one, teachers think that if they say that they need parents' help, that they're diminishing their role as the experts in education when they're not. And then two, I think that we as teachers, unfortunately, because we have seen so many negative family situations across, and this is not limited strictly to our emergent bilingual families. I'm saying across like the entire spectrum of students. We just overgeneralize that negative situation and say, well, this must be what it's like for all the students who are in this social class or from this linguistic background or from this ethnic background or whatnot. And then I think that something else that stuck out to me in this relation to the idea that literacy is not fixed is that in the Murillo article, Learning from Bilingual Family Literacies, on pages 25 and 26, Luz writes, knowing Spanish well enough to speak directly with parents is an obvious advantage, but perhaps less important than a sincere interest and a desire to learn from families. Because many parents are learning English as an additional language, they are likely to be patient and encouraging and communicating with teachers who are still learning to speak Spanish. And I think that just speaks to the reciprocity that the parents are willing to engage in if we would just take them up on that. I think of my family interview, and I know that in terms of all my I guess knowledge or levels of development in Spanish, speaking is the one that I struggle with most because I have a hard time remembering all of the technical grammatical rules and the right nouns and the right word order when I'm speaking because it's so fast and rapid pace. So that's one of the it's actually the application of the Vaz concept with our students. I have the same trouble that my students have in English, only I have that trouble in Spanish. So I think that we have to remember that. And then something else that I think of what this should look like, but it doesn't look like, was mentioned back on the Mole, Amonte, Neff, and Gonzalez article, whenever they were talking about, they were giving the excerpt of the teacher and the anthropologist who were interviewing, and they were sharing a presentation about their Kathy Amonte and the teacher and Deborah Neff, the anthropologist, collaborated in the study, and they were sharing about how they did the study and things that they noticed. And what Deborah Neff said or was quoted to say on page 136 within this article really stood out to me. She said, I can't emphasize this enough. She was their son's teacher, and so we were treated with a tremendous amount of respect and warmth. I was amazed at how easily and quickly Kathy gained rapport with Mrs. Lopez and how much the Lopezes opened up to us. So I think that we forget that as teachers, we have to stop assuming the worst about people in society and parents, because a lot of people in society and a lot of parents, especially from this background, the Latinx background, have a high regard for teachers. And I think that if we would just show that same high regard for them, we could accomplish a lot with this reciprocity in our relationship with them. I think I kind of got off topic a little bit, but those are kind of my thoughts about the stumbling blocks um, as to why we privilege schools as the leaders of literacy and language. I think those are the stumbling blocks for us to stop doing that, for us to take a more appropriate approach.
Michelle, another element that you're helping us really think about here is that when we think about the hard sciences versus the social sciences, and in education, we're in the social science area, so we tend to be more qualitative in what we do, a growing amount of looking at things quantitatively. But a lot of times the push is to look at things very autonomistically, like this is what it is, and you either have it or you don't. And it's very binary. It's a yes or a no. But we know that when we operate in that way, that we create divisions across lines of socioeconomics, race, language, immigration status, where you live, whether you own property or you rent property. So those are all the concerns of public schools, where we're to be inclusive of all of the kids that come through our doorsteps, and understanding that if we have literacy as fixed and it looks like this, then what we do is we already know the answer to who is going to reach that fixed ideal. And so one of the things that Mol and Amante help us do is redefine and re-articulate what literacy is and what it can be, so it is consensually valid and shared and understood across schools and homes. And this gets at the reciprocity. And when we work under this paradigm of it's something that's fixed, then we are telling parents what to do instead of sitting back and learning from what they are and what they are doing. And that's why we're doing this exercise with our families this week.
So another reading that you have done this week is The Funds of Knowledge by Mol, Amante, Neff, and Gonzalez. And Amante and Neff are actually practitioners, whereas Mol and Gonzalez, pictured here, are scholars at the University of Arizona. So they take us a step further with multiliteracies, and they use the frame of funds of knowledge. And these are the historically accumulated and culturally developed bodies of knowledge and skills that are essential for household or individual functioning and well-being. And more specifically, it honors families' knowledge as valid and important. It frames the knowledge as being additive and not as a deficit. It means something to the family. And also that this form of the funds of knowledge are also position knowledge as flexible, adaptive, and active, meaning that families are able to socially negotiate their particular context. And in so doing, they show wonderful resilience in how they appropriate access to knowledge for themselves and for the children in their family. So think about funds of knowledge and think about what you have perhaps discovered during your interview with your families. So Mol and colleagues ask us to think a step deeper about what FOK means for us in our teaching. As you read through this article, one of the things they talk about is that teachers are in the role of the learner, right? Right now you're in the role of the learner because you are a student again, right? And this is a real place of vulnerability, discomfort, and sometimes conflict as we are adjusting what we historically thought and creating new avenues about how we can maybe think differently about things. So one of the things they do in their home visitation to identify funds of knowledge is that teachers have to suspend their historic thinking about what those homes may be like. In so doing, we create this relationship. We talked about reciprocity before, but they also call it symmetry with our families. And if we have symmetry with our families, our access with the families is much more complete And it also gives us rich resources in which to inform our classroom practices. And also, when we have this particular frame of mind, we are mediators of learning versus the directors of learning, meaning our students bring a lot of that content knowledge, a lot of academic language that is very sophisticated, the language of compare and contrast, the language of synthesis, the language of analysis, the language of regrouping, the language of examination. Those are all repertoires of language and literacy that they have. So with that, I leave you with some videos, and I am going to create additional slides here and put your names adjacent to them, inviting you to reflect on your particular slide and applying this principle of funds of knowledge. I'm going to share with you this one video of a child reading with her father in the language of Karen, which is one of the languages of Burma. And you'll see this bilingual exchange happening, a really rich exchange between a father and a child. And so I want you to think about the languages and literacies and also the funds of knowledge that you see emerging from this exchange. And then on the slides that follow, I invite you to make direct comment with your small group members on what you are seeing.
In this video, you will meet a family, a mom working with her son on some homework, and you will also see the brother come in to assist as well. And some of the things you can't quite see in the screen, including a smartphone off to the side that mom is using to translate words. So take a look at this and engage in relationship to our funds of knowledge.
So I think this example is really good for me because I think this is how most of my families, of the kids in my class, would react. And I think this really goes along with what Molamonte, Neff, and Gonzalez said, that we use the terms funds of knowledge to refer to these historical, accumulated, and cultural developed bodies of knowledge and skills essential for a household or individual functioning and well-being. So about that household or individual functioning. So the way that they translate things, like the mom is using her phone to help translate the homework. They use their older brother that probably has more English knowledge than the mom, and they're using the resources that they have inside their house, the funds of knowledge that they have inside of their house. And I think this is important for us as teachers because that can kind of sorry, the last recording wasn't working well. So that kind of gives us some more information on how we can support them with their homework. So maybe we give them a different kind of word list, or have that talk with the parent on what kind of supports they need at home. And then in school, maybe we use translation in some way, even for like vocabulary connections, trying to find a vocabulary word in Spanish that we're learning about in English to kind of match what they're doing at home.
So something that stood out to me in this video was the similarity between this household and a strategy that they use, a fund of knowledge that they used, and my focal students family. So I was talking to her parents, and I asked them, like, what do you do when you don't understand something, or like something that's sent home from school, like a paper, or I send home, I don't do homework, but I send home like extra practice. If the kids want to do it, it's their choice. If they do it they usually will get like some sort of like small reward, like, you know, piece of candy or something, depending on how many answers they have right or whatever. I don't know. Things like that. And I do check the work that they bring in, and that helps me know more about what they know and understand. But that's more of a side note. But anyways, when I was talking to the parents about it, they said, you know, they use their cell phone just like this mom did in the video. As you mentioned, that was something that we could not see off to the side, but and I thought about that. And then I made another connection to my family interview. Um, and that is that when I was talking to the parents, they said that my focal student, that her English was further developed than that of her sisters. Um, so they moved from Mexico to Frankfurt in 2018. And so my focal student would have been around, I'm trying to remember again, probably around first grade then, kindergarten, first grade then. So she's basically coming in after having developed a lot of, you know, emergent Spanish skills in terms of, you know, the early literacy development in Spanish. And so um, when they said that, that kind of struck me because her sisters came over. Obviously, they're older than her, and one of them is in middle school, one of them is in high school. Um, and when her parents said that, it kind of struck me because that means that for my focal student at home, as she's going to get older, she's not necessarily, if well, depending on how her sister's development in English goes, she may not necessarily be able to draw upon um, them draw upon them as a resource for translation or interpretation if there's something that she doesn't know, simply because her family situation is different. That doesn't mean that she can't or won't draw upon them. I mean, obviously, they are resources for sure. They have more linguistic experience, having been schooled in Mexico. Um, you know, so they have other strengths that she can definitely draw upon. But it was just interesting to me, like the unique family dynamics that can be similar or different across our emergent bilingual families. Daily, I wanted to respond to what you were talking about of mimicking the students' funds of knowledge in the classroom, such as using translation or interpretation, you know, key vocabulary terms, and offering those in Spanish. And we know from a lot of the research that we've been reading in our courses through Purdue that, you know, using cognates is a really good strategy for increasing comprehension and literacy development in both languages. And it made me think of one of the things that stood out to me as I was reading the article by Luz Murillo. On page 24, Murillo writes, while learning English is regarded as extremely important, they believe that Spanish is a resource for keeping the family united as well as for learning English. In addition, most children who engage in reading and writing in English at school become translators at home for parents who are not fully literate in English. This act of translating has been shown to help children develop strong literacy in both languages. And he cites Orellana, I don't know if I'm saying that right, or Orellana, 2009. He cites that research as his citation for that statement, or her citation for that statement, excuse me. And so I think, Daly, what you were saying goes right along with what Maria was saying in the article about how the more we allow our children to translate and engage in that translanguaging, whether it's through translation or interpretation or any in between mixing of the languages inside their head and outside as they speak or write, I think that, like you said, that's going to help if we mimic their funds of knowledge in the classroom. Even in something like that, that the more they're engaged in any kind of language, the more they're going to get better at all kinds of language.
Okay, I thought there were some great funds of knowledge evident in these videos. In the first video where the parent is reading aloud in their native language and the student is restating what their parent is saying in English, it's a great way to like familiarize themselves with those concepts of print, although some may be different between the two languages. I don't have a lot of knowledge about that language. In the video on this slide, you could tell that the mom must frequently like help her child with homework. She wants to be active in her child's education. You can even see the brother actively trying to help his brother. And if like you said, she was even using her phone to kind of help technology. Maul et al. Said that there were prevailing and accepted perceptions of working class families as somehow disorganized socially and deficient intellectually on page 180 or 134. And I think this video shows that there are some discrepancies with what teachers assume is going on at home versus what is actually going on at home. And I think this kind of brings up what Murillo says on page 21, which is that we need to treat bilingual and immigrant families as legitimate holders of knowledge. And daily, I love the idea of having our students use translations at school. I lately have started to bring in like Spanish translations for words when we're learning about them, like vocabulary words or words that seem important in, or words that I know are similarly cognates in English and Spanish. But I'm usually the one providing them. I'm always the one providing them. And I think it's a great, like, powerful real world skill that students need to practice, like translations and how to do them themselves, actually. I think some of my students may already know how to do this, but I honestly could be assuming that because I don't really know. This is a great suggestion and one that I think that all of us could try and implement in our classrooms for the betterment of our kiddos.
Macy, I wanted to respond to what you said. You talked about how we need to treat the family's funds of knowledge as legitimate. And that made me think of in the analysis section of Marita Mullaney, Lee, and Wren's article, one short sentence stood out to me, and it said, "Understanding is negotiated, not merely transmitted." And I think, Macy, what you hit upon is that that mom in the video was using her funds of knowledge to negotiate meeting about the student's homework, about her child's homework. And even the brother coming in was negotiating the meaning of the homework as well. So you have three people there who were negotiating meaning. The meaning wasn't transmitted. It's not like it's just by osmosis flowed into the kid's head. The three, and actually even the dad in the video, who I think from my understanding, the dad was recording the video. So even then, you could argue that there were four people negotiating meeting for the homework. And I think that that's what you hit upon, is that they all brought funds of knowledge to accomplish that task, which was helping little brother or son do his homework.
I really enjoyed watching the daughter and father speaking Burmese and English as they were reading together. So showing that multilingualism between such a young child and an adult to me just seems so impressive because I'm not multilingual. But seeing their different literacies that they're interacting with, the print literacy with the book that he's reading in Burmese, and then the school literacies that the little girl is bringing into the conversation as well. Dr. Trish, how you said in the previous slide that our, multilingual EB students, they bring to school already a lot of rich content knowledge and academic language. And as the little girl was recounting the story, I heard sequencing happening, the word so, even some cause and effect. So, recognizing that rich language that she already does have, I think is really important. And from the Mall, Monty, Neff, and Gonzalez text on page 134, it says, a related observation as well is that children in the households are not passive bystanders as they seem in the classrooms, but active participants in a broad range of activities mediated by these social relationships. I think that's really important for me as a teacher to remember to be mindful of. that we don't hold our students back in our expectations or what we think they might be capable of because of their household dynamic or age or language, that we don't view those as barriers, but things that actually can enhance our students in the classroom and their learning and their performance. I have a lot of respect for this family and this relationship and that interaction that was happening between father and daughter. I liked how, the dad was even engaging in the form of hand motions as he was reading the text. Um, I think this can really put us as the teacher in the role as the learner, especially when we have these opportunities to see these interactions that really do happen at home and the funds of knowledge that our families have um, in order to, enhance our EB's experience at school. I agree with you, Daly, Michelle, and Macy about the collaboration it took for the family, for the student who was working on his homework, how mom started off trying to use her funds of knowledge to help um, her son. And then you did hear dad recording say, something about ask your brother if it's right or ask your brother for help. The brother came in. So it really was a team effort for them to complete this homework with the student. So I think that shows a family dynamic that they are probably used to having to use their combined funds of knowledge and different literacies in a way to help each other. Um, on page 137 in the Mall and Monty Neff and Gonzalez text, um, it says only a part of that child is present in the classroom. We had little idea of what Carlos's life was really like outside of the classroom and what he knew about the world. So I drew on this quote because the young boy who was trying to complete his homework assignment, he has learned how to reach out and get help from others and use his resources, his funds of knowledge in ways to complete homework, yes, but it also makes me think, well, what else does he use that knowledge for in his everyday life, outside of school or even inside of school? Yes, he's using it to negotiate meaning as him and his family is working together, but what other life situations maybe has he used that ability in because of being bilingual? I think is a really cool concept to think about because once again, he is a very young learner, but he's had to do something that is a higher order thinking and something that we would probably normally think of someone more mature having to do, but he's doing that at a younger age. And, yes, mom is also using another form of literacy with the media for her smartphone to draw help on. Brother, he's using, his background knowledge and his school literacies to try to help brother. And I just think it's really cool to see the collaboration and teamwork that this family used to negotiate the meaning to help their little brother with homework. I'm also wondering, after viewing these different videos and some of the videos from the other slides as well, knowing how much longer any work that we assign our EB families, it's going to take them longer to complete. So it already has me thinking for my own practices about differentiating homework for our families that we know are having to use these different funds of knowledge and collaborate in such a way, you know, four people working together to complete one homework assignment. Um, have any of you ladies thought that too after watching these videos? I know we're kind of all in the same age range, except Dan and you're in kindergarten, but it's really making me think that differentiating homework is something that I need to start doing.
Hi, Cami. So your question about differentiating homework kind of got me thinking because whenever I substituted, we did do homework there. And then when I switched to my new school, I had planned on doing some sort of like reading log, or I wasn't really sure exactly what I was going to do, but just kind of like experimenting. And when I got there, they made it very well. Yeah, when I got there, they made it clear, like, like we don't do homework here. Like a reading log is okay, but we're not going to send other stuff home. And then the longer I was there, it became like, well, like even the reading log should be optional, like kind of thing. And I don't know if that was mostly just this year because of COVID or not, but um, personally, I was kind of thinking on this. I think one of the most beneficial things that we can do is to encourage them, like, to read. I'm not saying that it's wrong to assign homework. I know that there is research both ways on whether homework is beneficial or not. But I do remember, and I wish that I knew the exact title of the research and the date, but I do remember hearing that there was a piece of research, a study that had been done, maybe multiple, I don't remember, that said that homework really was not beneficial until like junior high age, just because it didn't really increase learning, or it wasn't like age appropriate or something like that. And whenever that piece of information was shared with me, I thought, well, if I'm not really sure, then I'm just not going to do it. But we know that reading is beneficial for our kids. So like I would say, like, what I've been thinking about is how can I encourage my students to read at home, and what would it look like to encourage them to read at home in their L1, and how can I foster that? I'm thinking, oh, like just get some books from Scholastic, but unfortunately, the Scholastic books that are offered for $1 are not the ones. And I'm thinking, because I have all of my EBs are Spanish speakers, and they're bilingual Spanish English speakers. So I'm thinking, okay, none of the Scholastic books that are $1 are translated in Spanish. So I'm like, like, like how do I encourage that when I can't get them like $1 bilingual book or $1 Spanish only book, like from Scholastic each month? Like I can't, like when they don't offer that, I can't do that. So that has me thinking of like, what else can I do? Um, and I know my family interview, they mentioned that the Frankfurt Library does not really have a lot of bilingual or even Spanish only books, either one in their library. Like they had some, but not a lot. And then I was thinking, like, well, Dr. Trish asked, like, why is this, how can this be fixed or whatever on her feedback for me? And I was like, oh, I don't know, but maybe I can reach out and see if, like I actually know one of the ladies who works there. I mean, unless she's changed her job, because her kid was in my class last year, and she's actually very fluent in English and Spanish, both. Um, because she herself is a bilingual. So she herself has that cultural background and that knowledge to know like what translations would be best, or I mean, well, within her dialect, but still, what translations would be best, or like what would be a quality book. She works there, so I'm like, maybe that means that I reach out to her, or to someone else there and say, hey, like we got these kids in school. They need to read, but we don't need they shouldn't have to pay for all these. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong for them to pay to buy a book. I mean, but I mean, if a library is there, a library should be stocked with meaningful things for the population that is there. So, like, I don't know. I just don't know how to make that more prominent or how to foster that engagement. But that has me thinking maybe I need to start asking questions. So I don't know, Cami. In a very roundabout way, I would say maybe that just looks like encouraging more reading at home, as opposed to other practice, and then focusing. Or if you're going to send stuff home, like you said, Cami, really make it short. Um, and I would argue, even if you can, yeah, I would argue just, yeah, keep it short if you're doing anything, and then, yeah, just doing the reading and encouraging them to read in their family's L1. I think that would encourage the parents to know that they really are helping, and that it's not all about English.
Thanks, everybody. We're in such a great space based on what we're reading, but also based on the exercises that you just went through and interviewing your families and realizing, oh, I wish I asked them that and that and that, and I'm wondering about this, this, and this. And if we were not in the situation of COVID, I think it would even be preferable for you all to go into their homes and to actually observe what's going on. So one of the things that Mol, Amante, Neffin, and Gonzalez have talked about since they wrote this study many, many years ago, Mol actually takes students with him, teachers with him, into the homes of families, emergent bilingual families. And one of the things that he worries about is that when we bring in teachers, if they have not really thought critically about this, their first reaction might be to reinforce stereotypes, negative stereotypes that they've had about families, or that teachers might pity them and feel sorry for them, that they only have 10 books in their house, or that their home has less resources than they should have, or they are not print rich, right? Because we talk a lot in North America about having a print rich home, a thousand hours of lap reading before kids come to kindergarten, right? I heard that. And so you better bet that I read my twins 1,000 hours before they went to school. But those are also really North American social constructions of what counts as literacy. And so one of the things that I think I've come away with in understanding Mol over the years, and I've actually met him and talked with him about what I just described about how these visitations to homes can reinforce stereotypes. And the big thing that I took away from that was transport, meaning that when we go in and, or even distantly, like we had to do this time around, find out what is going on in the home and the decisions that parents make for their children, which they feel is best informed, right? And I know that I made decisions that I felt were best informed, that I later went, oh, I wish I didn't make that decision, or I guess I'll kind of go with it, right? So we make decisions based on the information that we have at the time. But I digress. Mole really gets at this notion of transport, meaning what we learn in the home is more about how it impacts our thinking versus what it does for us at the classroom level. So if we learn that a particular literacy activity is sharing songs or perhaps playing board games, if we bring those board games into the classroom, it becomes something different because it's with different people who speak different languages, and schools have a particular way of doing things. And so how it ends up happening is those multiliteracies end up being turned into a literacy that is no longer recognizable to the family as a multiliteracy. So what I'm asking you to really think about is the suspension of transport to the classroom, and really sitting in that thinking about what does this mean for me as far as what I think about families, what I think about children, and how does that thinking change the way you look at what you're doing in schools, not just how you're going to bring it in. So what it is I'm asking you to suspend the transport, as Mole states, and to avoid the technical and sit in the thinking, right? So this is really central to understanding funds of knowledge.
Dr. Merida Mullaney, after reading through these readings, I think that has really changed how I look at everything that we've been studying in this class so far and its application to the classroom. Like you were saying, it's not so much bringing what is in the home to the classroom, but gaining the knowledge of how they see the classroom and how we can more effectively work with the families with the knowledge that we gain from these home observations. And I would agree with you. I would love to go in and meet my families. And I'm an e-learning teacher, so I've done a couple of drop-offs at the houses, and it's even just doing that, and some families invite me in for a second, you gain a different perspective of them. And which just helps me as a teacher, knowing what their home life is and what's going on, and especially with these ELLs, what kind of funds of knowledge they have at home, who else lives with them, because although we assume maybe just mom and dad, but maybe aunts and uncles are living with them too, and that affects their learning and the amount of support that they have around them.
After watching the video, I was thinking about the interaction with the mother and son, and you can see that the mama is trying to help her son to complete the homework, and you can tell that she knows the basis of the homework, but is unable to understand the words, or maybe getting, the meaning misconstrued. And you can tell the son knows that his mom is not correct, but he doesn't seem to communicate with his mother in Spanish. She talks to him in Spanish and tries to incorporate a little English when she said penny is a coin. But his communications are to her in English. And you can tell it's a family effort to complete what, teachers think to be an easy task. And bringing in the funds of knowledge about money and that a penny is a coin, she understood that. But after the brother answered the question, it had nothing to do with pennies or coins. And I think this mama is really trying her best to be involved in her child's learning and education, but no, she doesn't know the best way to help. And it's truly a family effort in completing a task. And I found out during my conversation with my focal student parent that she had a friend who was trying to help her son do homework when we were out of school last spring. And the parent said that her friend was so upset that she couldn't help her son with the homework, that sometimes they just simply just didn't do it. And the conversation, got lost in communication when the son was trying to explain it to his mom, and he knew what he had to do in English, but couldn't translate it into Spanish in a way for his mom to understand. And my parent also talked about how important it is to be part of the learning process with her children, and the process of figuring it out together and showing them, how to build on those things when you don't know. And I think it's important to build, relationships with parents and get to know them and how they view their child's education. And each year I have my parents write me a letter about their child, and they can write in English or Spanish. But this way, I can get a glimpse into their world and what they truly want for their child and their education.
Dan, I'm glad you brought this up too, because this made me think about one of the students that I've had. And I think a lot of our parents are in that situation where maybe they don't have access to the language to help their students, or they don't even have access to the knowledge to help their students. Even I teach third grade, so at a third grade level, they don't know how to multiply or something like that. And although they want to help and support their students, they don't have the resources to do that. And I know there's a lot of programs in Lafayette that are created to help families become literate in different ways, not just in speaking English and reading English, but also like math skills that they can apply. But I think that is something, and maybe you guys can put your 2 cents in here too, but something that teaching can be like a mediator, yeah, just like it says there, like a mediator to guide them in the right direction. Because if we have the knowledge of where we can send them, then it can help them gain what they want. If they want to be able to support their kids, they can learn. I'm trying to think of what the ELL school down in like close to downtown Lafayette is called, but they have a lot of adult courses there that can help them help their students. And I think that's an important thing for us to think of as teachers, that it's not just helping our students, but also helping our parents support their students in the way that they want to.
Cami, I really like how you brought up the fact that, homework takes so much longer for these families. And you can see from the video that it's taking 4 people to complete the assignment that seems like it would be an easy task. And you can also see from the video that they're given a word bank, but accommodations that we think are going to be so helpful are not the kinds of support or scaffolds we need to be using. And maybe taking a different approach to homework would be our best bet. I know from talking to my parent that she wants her children, to be bilingual and biliterate, and she takes it upon herself to teach her children Spanish, in that someday they will appreciate the ability to have that they have to speak, 2 languages. And maybe a fun and meaningful homework assignment would be, reading to their child in Spanish, playing a game in Spanish, maybe asking questions back and forth in Spanish. And that would be a way, for them to get involved in their child's learning in a way they already understand and know, and create a time to focus on family and involving their L1 and promoting, that bilingual and biliterate student.
Danan, I wanted to comment on your ideas for homework in response to Kimmy's question. I really appreciated how you were connecting their L1 and that fund of knowledge that they have, and how that can be a meaningful activity to still elevate the family and to still elevate the L1, at least in the students' thinking, right? Which hopefully will also elevate it in the parents' thinking as well. And I like that you drew that connection about how we can make it more meaningful for them, so that they're not just becoming illiterate or forgetting their L1, but that they're still able to use it and to speak it and to grow in it, since they are getting so much English at school. And Danan, am I correct that you work in a dual language program? Like, are you involved with that, or is that a separate classroom at your school? I just saw that you were from Logansport, and I remember Dr. Trish mentioning that there were some dual language programs at Logansport, and I couldn't remember the extent to what it was. The extent to what it was. Um, so I apologize for that, but I think that would be really cool. Either way, no matter like what your background is or what program is offered at the school, to be able to encourage parents to do that. Um, One big thing that I've been thinking a lot about is how do I get bilingual books, at the very least, or even completely Spanish books, like ideally, into the hands of my students, who may not have access to some of those. Now, I say that very carefully because I know that a lot of my students' parents, they will go out and they will search out for books to buy that are in Spanish that they can read with their student, well, excuse me, not with their students, with their children, or for themselves. But I also know that that can be very difficult just because there's not a lot of offerings like in the public library sphere. Even ordering things off Amazon, it's hard. And so I was just thinking like what can be done um, to help with that. So I really appreciated your ideas in terms of homework, like not just limiting it to like reading, but encouraging them to like do other activities, like ask and answer questions in Spanish, or like play a game in Spanish, and just like that idea. Not that it has to be Spanish, any language that they speak, but I appreciated that idea of not just limiting it to reading and discussing books, but also other activities within the home as well, which I think can really be applicable to any age or grade because um, the more you speak it, the the better the better you get at it, right? That's how it is with all language. That's how we grow as human beings linguistically, as we practice it and we speak it. We babble and we coo, and then we move on to words and phrases and then sentences, and then talking for 3 minutes like I'm doing. So thank you for that idea.
Dan, and you bring up some really great points. And I think what you're getting at, particularly as you describe your focal family and your student, is that the mom isn't paralyzed by sort of this dilemma of them having different proficiencies in different languages and how it is maybe more challenging to communicate, but they stick with it. They both do. They're very committed to working through that, so there's understanding across the child and for the mother as well. So I love that there is no paralysis that happens because of lack of Spanish proficiency or lack of English proficiency. This is how things are done. And in that, they're very committed to making meaning around the work, even if it does not always represent the work that we want them to do. It does represent something that is negotiated and understood. Our role as teachers is to think about how is it perhaps understood differently, and not to tell them you will do it this way, but to maybe think about they do it in this way, and that's valid. That's okay for them to represent it in that way.
Dana, and one other quick comment. I think if I'm understanding you correctly, you're kind of suggesting that instead of doing the school literacies type focus for homework, that we would encourage more of a creative literacies backdrop or theme for homework. you mentioned like playing a game together in Spanish. I think that kind of fits into the creative literacies category that Marina, Mulaney, Lee, and Wren describe in their 2019 article. And I think that could extend to activities even like cooking or any religious activities as well. Maybe doing like a play about what they learned at church or something could even be like a creative literacy, or like even organizing like a family game night or even a family movie night could even be a creative literacy in combination with media literacy. Like in terms of like, are they discussing the movie? I know a lot of parents like to discuss movies with their kids as they're going through them and just talk about like maybe morals that are in them or other things that they notice or that they agree or disagree with and kind of help their children evaluate the movie. So even something like that could be a creative literacy in combination with the media literacy that they could do for homework as opposed to just sending home a worksheet or just saying, here, read another book. Obviously, reading is a great thing, and worksheets can be a means of practice, but not limiting ourselves to those options either.
So watching this video reminds me a lot of what I just spoke with about my focal student. The questions that I was asking were, pertaining to how they do work and literacy at home. And something that really caught me was that they use the older siblings a lot, which you see in this video as well, was that when mom didn't understand what it was asking, he asked older brother to come over and help him. And speaking with my focal students' parents, that was something that they also said, but it really made me wonder what they did with the oldest of the children, of how they were able to assist the oldest child with work when they weren't able to understand it. And really what he said from that point was that a lot of the times that he would, ask the teachers to send home things in Spanish as well, which I tend to do with my EL students, especially. I don't send home homework, but what I do is I do a reading book twice a week. And what I try to do for my Spanish speaking families is I send home a book that's both in English and in Spanish. So it has the English words, and then like on the same page it has the Spanish words, so that at the end the kid reads in Spanish, and then at the end the parent is able to ask them any comprehension questions over the book because they also understand what happened in the book. And he really said that he appreciated that I was doing that, and that he appreciated the fact that most of the things in our school were sent home in English and Spanish because it makes it a lot easier for them to understand. He did say too that they have used, like you had said, and that we didn't see in the video, but she was using a smartphone to translate. He said that they do that sometimes too, where they will translate words, because Spanish, when we translate from English to Spanish, like using a Google Translate, for example, it doesn't always come out the right way because it's just formatted differently. And he said that it's the same exact thing when you go from Spanish to English using Google Translate, is that sentence structures don't make sense going over both languages. So they try to find key words within the text or whatever they may be looking at that they are understanding, and look up that specific word, and they're usually able to piece it together. But I think that's something that a lot of teachers need to be mindful about, is that when we're sending things home, we need to try to include families as much as possible by sending things home in the L1, or finding ways that they are enjoying us sending things home so that we can help them educate their child at home.
Thanks, everybody, for your additions. A couple of things. We all have great ideas about what this is doing to inform our thinking as teachers, but we are trying to make it very pragmatic and apply an actual strategy or an activity into the classroom. So I want you to really kind of debate and tussle with that, because just because we bring an activity that we learn about in the home and bring it into the school, what invariably ends up happening is, again, it becomes something that it wasn't originally. and it could be co-opted or said to be a fund of knowledge, but it's harvested from the home, but then it comes to the school and then it gets schoolified. So I want you to really talk about that, because as teachers, we do that, right? We're like, I learned this, now I will apply, right? We're very, very practical in that way. But I also know that pedagogically, there has to be real shifts in your thinking in order for those practices to not just make sense technically, but to make sense conceptually. So I'm being big and deep here. But I'd welcome your thinking related to that prompt.
Dr. Marita Mullaney, I really like what you said about the shift in perspective that teachers have to have for this. And that's something I've been sharing with my own grade level team, because I feel like a lot of us, we get so overwhelmed that it's just like, oh, hit the standard. And we don't really think about every single individual student and what they're coming with and how we can use that in the classroom. And that's something that I've been trying to push for my grade level to look at this year. And I'm going to continue to push once I'm all done with all of these classes and kind of am able to put it all together and find ways to help our English language learners as much as possible. I do love that we have 2 amazing EL teachers at our school that come and help us and give us advice on those. So I'm really hoping that, with my newfound knowledge of these things, that we can find different ways to do this, because I know I am guilty of doing it 100% and trying to find a way to make this knowledge for everybody understandable so that we can teach our ELs as best as we can.
In this video, you will see a Karen family. Karen is an ethnic group as well as a language from the country of Myanmar, formerly known as Burma, and we will meet them as they do a read aloud with their daughter.
How this student and her family can, and how they interact with text and the funds of knowledge that they have behind that text. And the first thing that came to my mind was reading Mole and Amonte and Neff and Gonzalez's text, was where they said on page 133 that how household members use their funds of knowledge in dealing with changing and often difficult social and economic circumstances is, the point of their study. And so looking at this, I was kind of thinking about how is it interact with this text? What are they using it for? I think it's very clear that in this example of this read aloud, they were using it as a way to work on literacy skills and using it as a way to work on reading for enjoyment, which is a great fund of knowledge to know that the student already knows how to read left to right in a book. It looked like top to bottom. The parents were kind of pointing, doing almost like a one-to-one with the sound and sound and written text relationship. And so the student is already coming in with a lot of the English literacy skills as well. And knowing that really helps you from stopping and breaking it down into something that she doesn't need. That you can really relate. You can pull what she already knows from that. Hey, in English, it's very similar when we read. We're going to go left to right. We're going to go top to bottom. We're going to point and, figure out, okay, what are the sounds here and make that sound. And so she already has a lot of those skills. Now she might need to be taught the sounds of English just because the sounds are different from Corinne. And so that's something that you can go through with her. But at the same time, she is not going to need to know, it seems like every single little piece of breaking down reading because she already has such a great background of knowledge.
I like that you noticed and pointed out that the student is learning to read left to right and top to bottom. And also, the parents are using strategies that would be very similar to what we would in English. And so, those skills would definitely help transfer over to learning a second or third language in our classroom. So, thank you for pointing that out.
Allie, I really like the point that you make about not needing to teach
students the foundational skills if they already have it. I think a lot of times ELL students are grouped together just because they're all ELL students, and a lot of times we maybe over scaffold for some ELL students. And I think that it was a really good point how you mentioned like the little girl obviously already knows how to read from left to right, so there's no need to teach her that foundational skill because she already has it. And it made me think of like without this video, we would have never known that she already knows how to do that. And it's really up to her to kind of go to school and show that she already knows that. Otherwise, the teacher has no idea. So for example, I'm thinking about my focal ELL student that I've been working with this year. And when I interviewed her dad, I found out that like she writes fairy tales and she's super talkative at home, whereas at school she doesn't. When we do a writing piece, she doesn't produce that much and she doesn't talk very much at all. And so, if I had never talked to dad, I wouldn't know that she has those foundational skills, in her tool belt already. So I think it's a really good kind of eye-opening realization. And something that I do try to do is a couple weeks after, school starts in the beginning of the year, I try to call once I have an idea of where each student is academically. I try to call every parent and touch base with them, and then also kind of like share where I feel like their child is in terms of their math and reading and writing, and then kind of see what their parents feel or what their parents think. And I actually learn a lot, and there's more often than not, students don't like I don't think they're not as low as I think they are, because they're choosing not to show and demonstrate those foundational skills that they might already have. And so I think that it's kind of eye-opening to get that feedback and input from parents, especially if they are working with students at home, and like building skills.
So what I saw in the video was that the funds of knowledge, the parents are very aware of how to read a story, and it seems like in their language, they also read a book from left to right, top to bottom. I also noticed that they went back, and when the child started to read, she didn't read the title, so the mom flipped her back and had her read the title to them. So I thought that was very interesting that when we read a story in our classroom, we also read a title to the students before we start reading a story. And the mom and the dad, I'm assuming the daughter asked the mom, she was stuck on a word, and I liked how the mom went back, I noticed, and pointed to the word, and the dad did too at the top, but they also used the picture as support. And as teachers, we do the same thing. In our classroom, we use the pictures to help support, to try to figure out the word. And then the child went on to read the story to the mom and the father. And it happened one other time where she looked, and the dad, I think the second time, pointed on the second page up at the top to clarify for their child. So I saw this activity where in the article of Louis and Davis Welton, they were talking about when they did the bilingual books. I thought it was very interesting when they said engaging parents and students in goal-oriented activities help them invest more in their students' academic success. I see this going on, that these parents are very engaged in their child succeeding and reading not only a book like she should be reading, having literature at home, but the parents teaching her in her native language and still doing reading and learning how to go from left to right and top to bottom and all the different parts of a book. So you don't just open a story, you go back in, you always read the title first. So I found that part really interesting. And so their funds of knowledge that they're bringing were their practices that they have learned obviously in school too.
Hey, Aaron. I wanted to say what a great job you did in providing evidence that funds of knowledge were being used with the families. And I think it was a perfect piece of evidence just to show that, according to Learning from the Bilingual Family Literacies article, that a second theme that emerged during conversations and visits with bilingual families is that parents support their children's literacy development through the use of Spanish in the home, and it is in contrast to a stereotype that many of us have had in our careers. And I think that you did a very great job at showing that the parents not only know how to support, but that they are supporting these kids in their reading.
Thanks, Erin and Allie. One of the things that you should know, and one of the things that you should maybe do a Google search on, is Mom has taken, this is an English book, and I want you to look really closely at the book and see what you notice. But she has pasted the Karen text on top of an English text. So this text was made with a left to right orientation, right, where you start here, you move here, right, using our American construct about concepts about print and directionality. But it'd be interesting to find out if Karen operates from a right to left, a top down, right? You should look that up and see what the Karen language involves. So one of the things I want you to think about with funds of knowledge, and this is drawn from my additional reading from Moll specifically, Luis Moll and his work, and I've actually met him back in 2015, and I talked to him about his work with educators around funds of knowledge. And he said, you know, one of the pitfalls that I have learned about with funds of knowledge is I've gone into homes with teachers who are classroom teachers of emergent bilinguals and sat with them and had them employ this FOK lens to see all of the literacies or multiliteracies in the household. And what he found is in some cases, teachers walked away and it reinforced their stereotypes. Like, I knew they didn't have print in their home. I knew that they don't do the reading log. I knew that the homework was stuck at the bottom of the backpack. And oh my gosh, he's wasting his time helping his dad in the garage fix the engine on their car. And he's not doing his homework, right? And so he found that for some teachers, that's what happened. It reinforced these deficit, non-assets-based thinking around the emergent bilinguals and what they were doing at home, as if it only had local meaning and wouldn't have transportable meaning. So one of the things that I drew from that conversation with Moll is this idea of transport, where we learn what we learn in the home and we take it with us and we insert it into the classroom. But if we take a particular strategy, for instance, this strategy of reading aloud or transforming a text, and we bring it to the school, it turns into something different because it's with different audience members, right? And oftentimes what ends up happening is we take what is unique and original and we try to schoolify it. And we try to schoolify it, we then constrain it and we turn it into something, we turn it into the notion that literacy is fixed and transportable. And what they're really getting at and what I'm getting at is that literacy is really expansive and it can be thought about very differently. And it's very sophisticated and brilliant and unique. But when we move it away from that setting, it turns into something different. So, yeah, you're making me think about a paper I'm writing right now. But anyway, it turns into something different when we move it away from that given context. So knowing that, how can you suspend your thinking around making it practical in school? Instead, think about how it can become meaningful to you in your thinking and how maybe you think about things, not transporting the practice in, but how the thinking about the practice changes your thinking about the activities that you do in your room.
Something I noticed, as well as the ladies before noticed, that of course they're reading left to right and top to bottom, with making sure that the child knows the title. What I kind of drew back to along with this is within the Murillo article on page 24. It says, while learning English is regarded as extremely important, they believe that Spanish is a resource for keeping the family united as well as learning English. And I think that although this isn't Spanish that they're speaking, I don't believe, that it is a form of keeping the unity in the family, which is super important. And Murillo continues that in addition to most children who engage in reading and writing in English at school become translators at home, and parents who are not fully literate in English, which we all know and have probably used. But this act of translating has been shown to help children develop a strong literacy in both language. So I think that I think that the act of translating the book was fantastic in one of the videos, and it really helped solidify what the child was learning.
Hi, Will. I agree with you on page 24 where you brought up that the children are the translator for their parents at home. But my question is, and I don't know if you're seeing it, I see it more and more with my incoming families and where these aren't first generation families coming to us, where the kids are now having kids and we're getting those children in our classroom from former students who have been through the system, that they're not needing to translate for their parents anymore. And so my question or concern is that, are they still keeping the language alive? Are they still getting that same social and connection with their families that they would before, when they did have to be the translator and all the communities and the school for their parents? They had all those interactions. And now I've seen in a few of over the last couple of years in my classrooms that these families, they don't need as many translators because they know how to speak English themselves. And so those children aren't getting the same experiences that their parents had. So I don't know if this is a concern for our children, that they're going to lose their funds of knowledge that they've learned through translating for those parents. I don't know. It was just a question when you brought that up. I've had that on my mind with a couple of my students, and a lot of our readings, it talks about how they communicate with their families and gain knowledge, and they keep their language going that way. But for a lot of our families, I don't know about your school, but at our school, we see some of these, they're not needing to translate as much for their family. So just a question and a thought that I've always wondered about here lately over the last couple courses.
Well, I love that you point out the fact that their home language usage is really unifying them. I love seeing that the family is sitting down, that they're doing something together. They seem like they are building a caring and trusting relationship with each other. It reminds me of my focal student in the interview that I just did. The mother is um, has a little bit of ability to read in her second language. Her first language is a dialect of Spanish, but her second language is Spanish. And so then her third language is English. And since she feels limited on her ability to read in Spanish and in English, one thing that her and her son have bonded over um, is cooking. And so that's an activity that they've done together to spend time together because she said that was important to her. And over cooking. And so the son helps her with the measurements and ingredients um, and the recipes. And so I think about there again that unity of family and wanting to stay unified, wanting to stay close and connected, being very valuable.
So, Will, you are talking about the role of the interlocutor, that a child can sort of intuit what mom and dad need or are wondering about or want. And they can also intuit or think about what their teacher is thinking about, and they bring that all together. And so they become brilliant interlocutors when they are trying to negotiate through a homework or a literacy task together. So interlocutor isn't just interpretation, which is speaking and listening, or translation, which is reading and writing, such as the forms that come home. Interpretation as an interlocutor is not just being the liaison between the doctor and the parents, or between the school and the parents. They are really sensing what all the audience members are anticipating. And so this is a really, really sophisticated skill. And as you've learned from the readings, it's really helps them with their bilingual development. So as they move themselves towards this bilingual development, in what ways do schools appreciate the role of the interlocutor, and in what ways may they discredit it?
First of all, what a really sweet video. It looked like for the Funds of Knowledge, the child was familiar with the language, obviously spoken, and could identify what the picture was. And so I really liked the parents' support of learning reading in the language by going back and referencing that word that the child accurately named on the first page, and then was able to build on that. I feel like it was interesting to see that they were pointing to pictures for support to build that literacy understanding with the child.
I really enjoyed watching both videos of the little girl reading with her parents, both in different ways. And I think that the parents' roles in both videos demonstrate some really great funds of knowledge. So, something that really stood out to me from both videos is her parents' ability to kind of help her and support her without doing it for her or giving her answers. So in this video, when she was kind of like jumping back to pages, they would point, or when she wouldn't know a word, it seemed as if they would like point back and like show her, like, oh, well, what did you just say on that page? Or what is that word up there that you just read? And then look at how it's right here as well. And then just add on like the parts, that are added on to the beginning and the end of it. I did notice, like, I think a part of it, they would slow her down when it seemed like she was very familiar. There was like this same kind of like pattern to the book. And they would kind of like slow her down and make sure that she was actually reading it and not just going off of memory and referring back to the pictures and like understanding it, which I think is really big. Um, and I think that just goes to show that support from parents at home doesn't have to be in English. I think there's something to say about, providing, reading materials in students' native language. Um, and especially coming out of the interview with my focal student's family, I think that's a really big and important thing to um, help parents and like provide for parents so that they don't feel like they can't help their child or they can't support their child, because I think it definitely is helpful. Um, and then the video on the previous slide where the dad was reading a story to her in their native language, and she was translating it. I think that was such a powerful video, or like task or activity, or whatever you want to call it. But I felt like it was really um, interesting and such a great idea. And I don't know, obviously I don't know enough about the family. Like I don't know if the dad fully understands English, or like if he was able to like know if she was translating it correctly. It seemed like he did, because it seemed like he would reread or even like kind of push her to elaborate more or like translate more accurately in some spaces. But I think, again, knowing like the importance of doing a task or practicing a skill like that um, was really awesome and really important. I also think there was one other thing. Um, the fact that they were able to use, Trish, you had mentioned before, they were able to use like the materials and the resources that they had at home and make it like where it was more of a challenge for her, or where it could help her in a different way. I think is really commendable as well. And a great, fund of knowledge of using the resources that you have at home. And changing it up so that it's not like a memorization kind of thing, or where you're doing different tasks or using it in a different way. I think that's also a great example of a fund of knowledge.
I agree with everything that you said. I really enjoyed seeing how the parents didn't really give her the words that she might have said incorrectly or anything. They just kind of just pointed at it, or like you said, told her to slow down or anything. But they didn't really give her anything. They let her figure it out on her own. And that's something that I really enjoyed. Um, like you said, um, and there was something else. Oh, and sending texts in their native language is, I think, is a good idea. They never did it with me, but I feel like I remember seeing teachers do that. And I mean, with my own students, because I teach in the dual language program, whenever I have a English speaking family and their child might be struggling with the Spanish, I encourage them to keep helping them with the English, just because if their English skills get stronger, they're going to be able to get that Spanish a lot easier, because if their L1 is stronger, then their L2 is a lot easier to get. So I do encourage for parents to still work with them on their L1, and even with my Spanish speaking parents, I'll do the same thing. Well, I'll encourage them to keep working on their Spanish reading skills with their kid, but I and to encourage their kid to keep working hard on their second language.
And I love that you pointed out that one of the things that she's bringing into, that the parents are giving to her in forms of literacy and funds of knowledge is that they were having her double check, or, slowing her down and having her read again, and to make sure that she's not just memorizing the book and that she's actually reading the words. And I think that that's really, really important that, you pointed that out as well, because especially with this stretching our ideas into what is literacy and what are funds of knowledge, that's something that I think I know I overlooked. And so I'm grateful that you pointed that out, to stop and remember that parents even doing something as simple as that is so crucial and so important. Dr. Mary Mullaney, I have been Googling, and I cannot seem to find anywhere. Like, I've even looked on the Corinne Organization of Minnesota, hoping under the resources, hoping that I could find something about the directionality of the language of Corinne written. And I have not been able to find anything. I'm starting to wonder, though, if that's just because the way you asked that, if possibly they don't actually read left to right, and if maybe that's something that the parents are aware of that we do in English, and we're maybe, I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm wondering what the actual answer is to that, because I've been trying to find it and I have not been successful.
Allie, I read that in Corinne. It's written from left to right. And then I also was reading about the 6 different tones that each syllable can be pronounced with, and how each tone can change the meaning of the syllable. I will link the website in the next comment.
I really enjoyed both of the videos, and I think some people mentioned it, but I think my favorite part was just how the parents were spending time with her and taking the time to do this with her. Um, I think we do sometimes, as educators, assume that, oh, like parents aren't taking the time to do this or something, and it's really sweet seeing how they're taking the time to teach their daughter these skills, and how creative of the mom to put um, their native language over an English text. I never would have thought of that. And I mean, it's already hard to get books in Spanish. I can't imagine how hard it is to get books in their native language for kids. So that's something that's really creative, and I think we need to. It's important to have things like this, or somebody mentioned that they'd like to talk to their families at the beginning of the year, and really having these conversations with these parents really gives you so much information on what the kid knows, what they're coming in with, what knowledge and skills they're coming in with.
In this video, you will see a mother, her older son, and their younger daughter reading a book. And what I want you to do is, in consideration of our work this week with funds of knowledge and teaching, draw from that reading to make connections to what you're observing in the interaction with the text and with the different siblings and the mother.
I really enjoyed this video. The little girl, her mother, and her brother are interacting with a story in both Spanish and English, and the little girl appears to be at the beginning stages of reading. The older brother is reading it in English and explaining the story, while mom is reading and explaining it in Spanish. And I believe this is in hopes of teaching the little girl to be biliterate. The brother is using his knowledge of English to mediate the household communication, and in this case, through reading a story. This is an example of a reciprocal exchange, as explained on page 134 of the Funds of Knowledge article, and it states that each exchange with relatives, friends, and neighbors entails not only many practical activities, but constantly provides context in which learning can occur. Context, for example, where children have ample opportunities to participate in activities with people they trust, which is clearly what's going on in this video. So this little girl is going to be able to bring to school her funds of knowledge of using biliteracy. And also on page 134 of the article explains, it stated that this totality of experiences, the cultural structuring of the households, whether related to work or play, whether they take place individually with peers or under the supervision of adults, helps constitute the funds of knowledge children bring to school. So by doing these types of activities at home, this little girl is going to learn to be biliterate and then bring that funds of knowledge to school.
Hi, Jenny. Thanks for your contribution about the wonderfulness of what you are seeing as the family interacts around this particular text, and how this can influence how she brings those skills to school. But beyond skills, for us as teachers, I want us to really think about what do you notice? What do you notice about this symmetry or this reciprocity that's going on between the three family members? And secondly, what have you learned from this? Not necessarily what you're going to transport back to the classroom, but what are you learning about the literacies that exist in this particular household.
Something that I found interesting in the video and something that Mario talks about is support for children's literacy development through home use of Spanish. I thought it was interesting that in the article, they talk about how when they interview these families, a lot of their extended family members had forbidden their children from speaking Spanish at home because they thought that it would uh, foster a greater speed of which to acquire like writing and listening and speaking in English, when really we've seen that that's not always the case. It said they erase their culture and their traditions from their mother tongue, and I just thought that was really almost sad when you think about families who think that by erasing their child's knowledge of their home language, they are somehow making them more successful, when really we've seen that the knowledge they have about their native language can really be very beneficial to their English development. I saw that in the video too when the mom was reading to her children, that the brother would read some in English and then the daughter would ask in Spanish. And then at one point, I believe the mom instructed the daughter to say it in Spanish. So she took what was English and then translated it into Spanish to talk a little bit more, or to get a little bit more understanding of the story. And that's just something I try to do with my kids. A lot of times I will have them try to explain things to me in both languages to kind of see if we can learn from each other almost, because I tell them all the time, I'm learning Spanish just as they're learning English. And I think it helps them connect because then they feel like they can teach me things by using that knowledge that they have from their home environment.
I watching this video where the parent is reading with their children. I like how the son reads it in English and then the daughter seems like an emergent reader, so her mom is having her translate it in Spanish. I think that's very important for both children. And what I think about is when it says on page 134 about the kids in the households aren't passive bystanders. They all have a goal or a job in their families, and I think that's especially important for an older child. They're always, anytime I hear my first graders talk about their older siblings, they're talking about how they were reading with them or um, how they made them clean their rooms. Or so I don't think that we forget all the jobs that the students may have to do, especially if they're the older siblings. And also then on page 136, where it says an important aspect of the teacher's participation in the household research became the more sophisticated understanding they developed about the children and their experiences. I think once we find out or build a relationship with our students on how they live at home and strive to have like a connective relationship with the family, I think it becomes we don't have stereotypes. We have more of a family relationship where we can say, okay, well, they work third shift, and they're not able to do some things with the kids, or they work second shift, and they can't read with their children until the weekend. We do see that we have that communication. I think that helps us to shift our perspectives, um, and try to better serve our families in our schools. Um, so we have to learn from these families. We have to learn what it takes to help our students out, and especially when we have people that are reading to their kids and are trying to make sure that they stay bilingual, that they're not losing their Spanish heritage and their native tongue because we're only speaking English to them. I try to help them discover if a word in Spanish is this, or what the word is in Spanish, to the word in English, I always say como se dice en español to see if they understand that word in Spanish and what it's used for. And then also, I think that the mom may have had the daughter read to her in Spanish to see if she had the right words in Spanish that were the same as in English. I hope I explained that right. But yeah, I think it's an important aspect to know your children, know your children's outside relationships, outside of the school, and the funds of knowledge that should shape our teaching and that can help us with our teaching.
After reading the article, Funds of Knowledge and Teaching, what it really reiterated for me is the importance of building relationships, both in the school setting and in the home setting for our ELLs. It's important that we know our ELLs, that we know their interests, and what's important to them, that we know how they learn the best, but it's also important that we take time to listen to them talk about their families and how their lives are at home, and that we're interacting with the families and getting to know them and their lives, because just like every other student, no one student is the same, and they don't come from exactly the same background, even if they're in the same, city all together. They all come with different family dynamics. On page 139 of the Funds of Knowledge article, it stated, this relationship can become the basis for the exchange of knowledge about family or school matters, reducing the insularity of classrooms and contributing to the academic content and lessons. So it just kind of helps to bridge that gap between families and the teacher. That way, we're not just making assumptions about what we think the child is able to do at home, or what they are doing with their families. Getting to do the interview with my family, um, of my focal student, I got to talk with actually his older sister, who's a part of raising him. And she was telling me about how in their family, their mom always encourages them to speak Spanish at home when they can and speak English when they're out. And I just thought that was really cool that she sees the value in them being bilingual, and she supports that, and encourages them to talk with each other in both Spanish and English. And when they are outside of the home, they'll speak English at school, but they also are um, talking in their home language when they are home as well. Um, they also mention that they play board games and that they do puzzles and those kind of things, as a way to bond with each other. And I think there's also a lot of learning to be had in those kind of social activities that do happen in the homes of all of our ELLs. Consuelo, I thought you made a very good point about the older brother and how this language activity where he's reading with the younger sister can also benefit him and help him in his growth as an English language learner. I think when I was first watching the video, I was looking at it through the lens of how it was helping the young daughter. But in reality, all three of them reading to each other can benefit all three of them simultaneously. I know they're in my focal family. Uh, the mom is in the process of learning English while her children already know it. So the more she talks to them, switching from Spanish to English, the more English she's picking up. And the more that she speaks with her son and daughters, the more that they are holding on to that Spanish, which she really values as the parent, them holding that Spanish as they're acquiring English. So I think that's important to point out that as the older brother is reading, he's also benefiting. I also appreciated how, Alexandria, you were saying that
the younger daughter, she was getting a lot from the mom because the mom was asking her to rephrase things in Spanish and kind of check for understanding in both languages. I think that's really valuable for the young child to kind of have her brother say it in English and her mom um, aid her in Spanish, and she's doing both, the daughter, at the same time. I think that's benefiting her both in her second language acquisition and in um, her home language and making sure that she makes that goal towards biliteracy.
Elise, you bring up a good example of the older sibling oftentimes is having an important job or role in the family. And I agree with you. I've noticed that a lot throughout the years, whether the older sibling is often, the translator, or when we have a parent teacher conference, the older sibling will come and communicate, with myself and the parent if the parent doesn't speak English. But I agree with you. It's important to build relationships and take time to know the families. It also reminded me of the article that I read for the next half of the week, the Family Literacy Project. And it states in this article that many immigrant families are unfamiliar with U.S. schools and are unsure about their roles in their children's classrooms. Some of them may consider it disrespectful to question teachers and principals. So that was kind of a powerful statement to me that it made me realize that we need to educate these families from the get-go, from the beginning, and let them know that, our classroom is a safe place, and coming to us with questions or concerns is valued and should not be something that they are intimidated by.
This video is very interesting to me because there are so many things going on. The most important one is that the mom is leading her two children in sharing a book. And we all know how important it is for students to read, be read to, just be exposed to text is huge. And the older son is helping the younger girl, looks like she might be in kindergarten or first grade, read the story in English. So the mom is listening and she's asking her son, like, okay, help, and he jumps right in. You can tell it's not the first time that he has helped his sister read or with her homework or with something school related. And the little girl's doing a great job reading, and I like that the mom encourages the daughter to tell her in Spanish what the book is saying, and that the discussion about the story is carried on in Spanish. Reading the Mole article about funds of knowledge, we learn about how to take those funds of knowledge from home that our students bring and make them useful in the classroom. And I feel like knowing already how important it is for our ESL students to continue with their L1 and her having that discussion in Spanish, even though she's reading in English, I feel like it's taking her understanding about what she's reading to another level and making sure that she really is understanding what she's reading. Also, just knowing that that is happening at home would be very helpful for me as a teacher, because I would know that that student had a sibling that could help with work too. That's something that actually I am very familiar with because I have a younger sister, and when I was in school, I would have to help her with homework, and it wouldn't really be a chore. It was just like a known thing that I knew I was supposed to do because my parents did not speak English. So they would also themselves, though, whenever I was then helping, make sure that what my sister was turning in, what I was turning in at school was neat and correct and just the best work we could turn in, just the best of their knowledge. So that's important to know because, as the article also points out, sometimes we have these misconceptions about our families and their home life and how their interactions might be. So it's very important for us to get to know our students all the way or as much as we can and their families so we can better serve them in the classroom. Hi, Alex. I also, that connection with the Murillo article also stood out to me with interviewing families and figuring out that some parents prefer their children to not speak Spanish at home because they wanted to make sure they were learning English. And that's something that actually came up during my family case study because me being in a dual language program, my ESL students, it's important for, well, at least that particular family, that their child continues to grow in Spanish. And that's one of the main reasons why they had signed them up for the program, because they don't want him to lose Spanish because they have extended family who has older children at home. Because my student, he's in kindergarten, and they've noticed that they do not speak Spanish at all, even though they do understand it. The children prefer not to speak it. They speak English to their parents. They speak English to each other at home, and it's just what they're used to doing now. And they just had kind of a feeling of disappointment that that part of their identity and that part of their home was gone when they just refused to speak the language.
In this video, you will see a set of sisters working through a text and some homework together. And so using the Funds of Knowledge reading from this week, make connections to what you observe in this interaction at home.
I guess what stuck out in Murillo's article is where it says, I had the misconception that because they mainly spoke Spanish in the household, they really didn't do much reading, writing, or math. And in the video, we see the two girls reading, and the one often helps the girl when she doesn't know a word. But then we see, I'm assuming it's the mom, step in, and she reads it in Spanish, and then the girl reads it in English. And I thought that was interesting to see them bounce back and forth. And then also just the books and the magazines laying there on the table. It's obvious that they have experience with having forms of literature in the household.
In the beginning of the video, the two sisters are negotiating meaning of the text. So the sister that's not reading the book is helping the reader with her English and her Spanish connection. And this is where Murillo on page 22 mentioned that children are the literacy apprentices in their families. The two children are the apprentices as they are negotiating the meaning in the text, whether it be in English or in Spanish. And then the mom comes in to scaffold as the teacher to help inform the daughter that is doing the reading. And you can see the funds of knowledge from the mom helping the reader, but you can also see the funds of knowledge coming in from the other daughter who's helping with the translating of English and Spanish while she's reading.
Moll states in his article, this view of households we should mention contrasts sharply with prevailing and accepted perceptions of working class families as somehow disorganized socially and deficient intellectually, perceptions that are
well accepted and rarely challenged in the field of education and elsewhere. And that was referring to that their analysis of funds of knowledge represents a positive view of households as containing cultural and cognitive resources with great potential utility for classroom instruction. And I felt like both of these videos exemplify that. And what stood out to me is just the cognitive skills of these families, being able to code switch. And we saw in the first example of the video the father asking the questions in their native language, and then the child being able to understand what the father was saying and then reproduce that in English. And then the same for the second video, that the students and the families were going back and forth within their L1s and their L2s to read the stories, to ask questions, to help each other understand what it was that was being read, and seeing that they were all working together and that there were resources, multiple different forms of literature on the table, and that each person that was there present was playing a part in helping the other one learn and build up their knowledge.
Thanks, everybody. I'm glad that you've connected really nicely with the ways in which the girls are translanguaging and the role that the mother plays. And we can see here that even though the mom might be regarded as limited in her English proficiency, this does not paralyze her from engaging in the children's homework. And you see how they use their shared languages, what we call translanguaging, to make sense of the activities they're in. So one of the things too, when we think about MOL and funds of knowledge, just think about how these funds of knowledge have been generated and then how they come to be in households like this. So one of the things that we often do as teachers, myself included, is see something that we like and we take it and we move it. Like, oh, I'm going to use that strategy in my classroom. And then when you employ it in your classroom, there's suddenly a different set of audience members. The mom's not there, the sister's not there, and we bring that activity in, and then we ask that activity to be reproduced, but in reality, it can't be, because it existed really uniquely and creatively and generatively in that setting. So one of the things that Mole talks about is like to withhold the transport, like taking it from one place and putting it into another. He's not saying that that can't be done, but what he's saying is let's really think about that. And so I want you to think about is that how is this changing your thinking about your emergent bilingual families? And then how does it make you think differently about your teaching? Not the activities that you do, not what you're going to do tomorrow, not what you're going to do on Unit 4. What is it doing to your head about your thinking around the construction of literacy or multiliteracies?
Dr. Marita, this changes my thinking about my emergent bilingual families when I'm thinking about how to use their funds of knowledge to help in the classroom. Before COVID, we could have parent volunteers in the classroom, and in the past, I've had a parent sign up for like 1 hour a week, and they would come in at this consistent time. Seeing in this video how the parent was the interlocutor with the child, I think it would be beneficial not to replicate that and bring it into the classroom, but if I had a parent in that volunteer space that would be willing to bounce back and forth the children between their heritage language and their L2. I was fortunate enough that my last parent volunteer was bilingual and biliterate, and this mom would come in every week for an hour, and she would help my emergent bilinguals by sharing in their heritage language of what I was teaching in English. So after learning more about funds of knowledge, I realized how much more our families have to offer to our classroom setting. When considering the construction of multiliteracies, I think my teaching, what I'm thinking about the most is how I've underutilized the most valuable resource in building literacy, and that is through our parent involvement.
So one thing I noticed throughout the video is the two girls working on the homework, and one is reading and trying to help the younger sister understand some definitions or some vocab, whatever it may be, and the mother steps in and reads it to her in Spanish, and then the sister reads it in English. I agree with Ashley there, where it says the children are the apprentices of the family because they are the um, basis, I would say, of the learning outcome. Mother is, I'm assuming, limited, but she is always there to help. Just the helpingness of the family.
So, Ashley and Cody, thanks for your additions. You make me think of the term interlocutor or interlocutor, which is really different than someone merely serving as an interpreter, which is speaking and listening, or a translator, which is reading and writing. That activity involves the parent and the child anticipating what their child or their parent is wanting. They're anticipating and thinking about the text that's in front of them, and they're imagining all of these other audience members around them. So when children serve as interpreters in a grocery store or between a child and the teacher, they're taking all of that in, and that is not just mere interpretation. That is really thinking about the source message and the source messengers, right? And who's involved in that transaction. And so this is really super sophisticated, and emergent bilingual children learn to do this at a very early age. But a lot of times schools discredit this because they feel that the parents should know English and that the child shouldn't have to do that. I've had a teacher tell me that they feel like it's a form of abuse. So in what ways can we think perhaps differently about the child serving in the role of the interlocutor? Ashley, you started to talk about how we need to think about family engagement. You used the term parent involvement, I think, and the term in the field now is family engagement. But how can we think about engagement differently? Because right now, this week, we're talking a lot about symmetry and equal relationships of power. So how can we ensure that that relationship is reciprocal and our parents feel an equal amount of exchange and contribution to the school?
Ashley, your comments about having the parent volunteers coming in and help support actually gave me a cool idea that I linked to the videos we watched, and how cool it would be, and how I think confidence boosting for those kids in our class, and beneficial for our English only speakers as well would be to have a volunteer to come in, and like when I'm doing read alouds, I could read it in English and then have that parent communicator, parent helper translate it in Spanish or whatever languages are there that year within the class, because I know it's not only Spanish. That's just predominantly what we have in my building, my classroom. And even have them become the teacher with us, like, teaching, kind of drawing off. I'm trying to draw off like the article where they shared about the bookmaking and sharing the culture and the stories, having them come in and do something similar like that along with me, I think would be very beneficial to the school atmosphere. And I feel like our parents of our students would like to have that involvement and would like to see more of that in our buildings, from what I gathered from the family interview I did with one of our parents.
I really enjoyed watching the girls and her mom. It's a great example of translanguaging. The two girls are definitely negotiating meaning of the text, and mom is extremely helpful, even though there is a language barrier. And they are both using the funds of knowledge Murillo presented 3 examples to illustrate 3 themes that she feels language arts educators should be aware of. And one is family support for literacy development at home. And obviously, that mom is trying to support that. Support for children's literacy development through the use of Spanish at home. And I love that they're reading in Spanish and English. And then the parents' agency and children's education. And I think we need to keep in mind that just because a parent doesn't speak English fluently doesn't mean that they still can't be extremely helpful.
Okay, I'm responding to 2 different people here. Ashley, I agree. Our most valuable resources are our families, even our EL families, and I think that we sometimes forget about that. Even in my classroom, though, I realized, hey, you've been using your EL student as a resource. When we do our fractured fairy tale units, one of my fairy tale books has Spanish words in it, and I always have one of my EL students stand beside me and they read the Spanish words when I get to them, and they absolutely love doing this. I think it makes them feel like they are contributing something to the classroom. But when I get to the word, they will say it, and then they always make me say it too, so they can try to get me to learn the word. But then Sarah talked about family support at home, use of Spanish at home, and my focal student is trying to teach her mother and her sister-in-law to speak English. And she works with them every night on words and how to say things. And it's just a family engagement, and it's that reciprocal relationship. And the student is acting as a translator, but I think she is also being that interlocutor.
Ashley, I agree. Our most valuable resource is our EL families and how willing they are to help or contribute in any way. And it reminds me, I have a student who is a very low 2 EL, and I was concerned about her reading and understanding the basic story elements of a story and the WH questions. And so I contacted her mom and asked her if she could help me out. And if I started sending books home in Spanish, could she read them to her daughter? And her daughter's the oldest of 4 siblings. If she could read to them in Spanish and talk to them and teach them the story elements like the setting, the characters, the plot, the problem, the solution. And she was absolutely on board. And so, and to this day, I still send books home. We trade them out every week, and she reads and stuff. And then we've been doing this all year. And then a few weeks ago, she called and told me that now Australia is starting to read them in Spanish to her brothers and sisters and teach them the story elements in Spanish. But I have seen a huge difference in her school performance and her English, her L2, just because we're developing those skills in her L1.
Hey, Sarah, I totally agree with you with what you're saying about the 3 keys that Murillo talks about, and the first one being the parent support at home. I just recently had, I don't know, maybe about 3 or 4 parents actually, this just in 1 week, message me and ask me what I can do to help them get ready for iLearn, or this is what I'm doing. Do you think it can be improved, or like not really improved, but do you think I need to go a different direction? Because it does show that parents are worried about, or not worried, but they care about their students, and they are wanting them to grow. And I know just from Class Dojo messages that some of these parents, they translate my messages from Spanish or from English to Spanish. So I know there's probably a lot of teaching at home done in Spanish. It just kind of makes me happy when I get those parent emails saying, what can I do to help my child? Or this is what I'm doing. What else could I be doing to further push my student to get the most out of what we're learning in class, or just the things that they're lacking?
Hi, Sarah. I have almost an identical situation to what you're describing. I have a student who his L1 is not strong, but his L2 is strong. He's kind of lost his L1 a little bit, but I've been sending home books in Spanish as well, and he has been reading them with his mom, and he's doing the series Bad Guys in Spanish, and I know that series books always helps because they have the character connection all the way across, and when they start book 2, they know more about the character. And so I tried to choose a series I thought he'd be interested in, and book 1 and book 2, his mom was reading to him and explaining the words in Spanish and what that means and all the story elements. But now he is on to book 3 in the Bad Guys series, and he's reading it in his L1, and it just makes me feel so great that after 2 books, he's increased his vocabulary so much in Spanish, and it is helping his L2 as well. So it's just been beneficial all the way around. And this makes me think of how important it is that we're shifting our perspectives as teachers to mediators of learning versus the directors. I don't speak Spanish. I would love to become bilingual and biliterate, but right now I'm not. And to move this shift in my perspective is the parent is the teacher, and she has gone back and helped instill his L1 to make it easier for him to communicate with his family, and it's also improving his reading in his L1. So shift our perspective, shifting my job to the mediator. Here's the materials, go for it. And it has led me to feel like I've done such a good job teaching when all I did was provide a book, but it helped him so much.
Ashley and Cody, this makes me go back to Wainwright's book, The Difference in Between Subtractive and Additive Bilingualism. Teachers have to be aware of subtractive bilingualism because it occurs when a new language replaces a student's home language. And we don't want that. We want to put more of our focus on an additive bilingualism. And it occurs when a student develops proficiency in a new language without losing his or her home language. This form of bilingualism is the goal. English should be viewed as the additional language rather than a replacement for home language. And I think, I don't know, just after reflecting and then thinking about, Dr. Wright explains that losing proficiency in the home language before attaining proficiency in standard English leads to academic difficulties. And without home support, we could have a lot of ELLs having academic difficulties.
In one of our next readings, we look at the work of Murillo and his whole notion of the linguistic bricolage, right? So this is representative of a range of literacies and languages that are practiced by our bilingual families. And also the ways in which this language and literacy is expressed is often done in first person in something that is widely known in the literature as testimonios, right? And it's a narration of a socially significant experience. Some of us might call it storytelling or providing episodes of something of importance, right? But when we hear this sort of testimonial, we regard families as significant holders of language and literacies. And it's not just the school that possesses that. So what I'm going to do next, again, is provide you with another related video of the linguistic bricolage. And I'd like you to connect Maria's work to what you're seeing in the video. You'll see that the next few slides are repetitive. Just look for your name and respond on your respective slide. For part B of the week, I will be adding additional slides as we look at additional videos of our families and our discussion of the linguistic bricolage. In the meanwhile, stay tuned and look for future slides to come in part B of the week. Thank you. Your slides are posted on the linguistic bricolage. Your expectation is to post on these Thursday through Sunday. I look forward to your posts. Actually, you can post on Wednesday as well. So Just remember that for all parts of the week, we typically have an expectation of 2 postings. This week for week A and B, it's just an expectation of 3, but I really encourage you to post as much as you would like, because this is really rich content that we're bringing to you. Thanks. Hello, Daniela, and Ashley. I look forward to you watching these 2 short video clips. You perhaps will recognize some of these children as they are from your respective communities. And you're going to be connecting that to Modio's work around the linguistic bricolage, a short article that you've read in the readings this week, and also what you'll be drawing upon for part 2 of your family multiliteracies case studies. Also connect to these 3 related bullet points here, and I look forward to your post.
When looking at the videos, we can see that families are the significant holders of language and literacies. So the first video where the son is the interlocutor, he's asking the mom to clarify what it is she's looking for. While the mom was speaking, she was using hand motions to represent what it was she was looking for and what she was speaking about. The child was watching the hands and listening to her speak and was able to interpret her message. My understanding of the linguistic bricolage is on page 20 of Murillo, where it was shared that it's the widest possible range of literacy practiced by bilingual families. Having the child have to ask for the tubes that go down the drain was a wide range of literacy to me. I don't know how many of my English only students could tell me what their parents were looking for to make the drain smell better. It also shows where the funds of knowledge come into play. In the second video, naming goats, the girl was sharing a significant experience of hers about the names of her goats on her farm, and she was excited and she's pointing as the goats are running around. So I felt like this was a significant experience for her to share about her animals.
Thanks, Ashley. So you notice in the first video when they're talking about the lemon scented thing, I guess it's some sort of tablet that you place in your garbage disposal so you can run it so the sink doesn't smell, like the pipes below don't smell. And so she's trying to describe this to her son, but she doesn't know the technical term. And so she's trying to describe it to him, and you see that there's this rich exchange going back and forth about describing this item, what it is, what it smells like, what you do with it. And this is why when we think about vocabulary, when we think that students don't have a rich vocabulary, we see here that he has a really rich language exchange, but the mom and the son aren't necessarily able to come up precisely and nor quickly with this is what it's called, right? Yet they know what it is, and they're negotiating this really beautifully. So when we think about vocabulary, this is where the vocabulary in use comes to mind, and this is how this bricolage is built as they go back and forth with each other.
Dr. Marita, you bring up the bricolage being built, and I have the perfect example of how I see this in the classroom. I just didn't understand it until now. What that looks like, the language exchange. My focus student travels in and out of many homes. His dad runs a local business for painting, and so he's in homes and he sees things in these homes, and he tells the class about what he sees. But he shared his experience of what he saw in this home, and it's a game. And it's this game, it's in their basement and has these balls with it. And he takes his arms out and he's like, there's this stick, and you hold it like this. And he's got his fist hold out like he's holding something long. And he says, and you push the balls with the stick, and he's using his arms, showing what that looks like with his body. And he says, and you push the balls into each other and they go into the holes and you win. Of course, some of my English only students say, are you talking about pool? And he says, no, I'm not in a pool. But it was the connection of, it was the game of pool that he had a language rich experience with, and he could describe the entire thing, but he didn't know the word pool for the game. But when my students told him it was pool, he said, no, I wasn't in a pool. It it just shows there is rich language there. It's just tapping into it the right way.
So after watching the video of the little boy and his mom trying to describe the drain freshener, I noticed that there are a couple of things in the video or that take place during the interview that show that they're significant holders of languages and literacies. So first and foremost, I noticed that the mom was using a lot of hand motions and she was using like a lot of words and descriptions to kind of describe and think of the name of this one item that they're trying to describe for the drain. And they're with not so many words, they're like interacting with the idea and the concept of this thing that they're trying to come up with, and they're like trying to elaborate on it, which shows like they're processing it and they're bouncing it back and forth and trying to build upon, the thought of it and the concept behind it. And then I also noticed that the little boy, when he wasn't just translating, he wasn't just taking what his mom was saying and just word for word in English. He was processing what she was saying, and you could tell like he would look away sometimes and like would be kind of not focused, but he was like, you could tell he was really thinking like, okay, like how am I gonna get this point across? So you could tell like he was also processing it on his own. And then when he goes to translate it, he doesn't translate word for word. There are some things that he leaves out or he doesn't translate. So his mom talks about like the lemon or the pine scent, and she says, at one point it's like the flavoring, and he doesn't translate. He doesn't say anything about the lemon or the pine. And there are a couple other things that he doesn't mention in his translating, or when he translates. And I kind of wondered how much of that is just like he just felt like it was unnecessary to kind of describe it or describe the concept of it, and he like decided himself it was not necessary to the description, or how much of it was like his lack of experience or understanding of the product itself. So like I think about, based on their description and what they were describing, I assume they're talking about like the garbage disposal, how you drop one of the tablets in while the disposal is running and it freshens up and makes it smell better. But then again, that's just what I know. Kitchen sinks have garbage disposals, and that's what you do like on a regular basis to keep it like clean and fresh. But maybe there is, and I have no idea, maybe there is something like that for just plain drains, that aren't garbage disposals. But again, that's my lack of or my personal experience and like basing it off of what I know. So I wonder how much of that, because he's just a kid and he doesn't have all those like adult experiences, how much of that is his lack of experience and how much of it is just him knowing like, I think I can get the point across, or I think I can describe this thing without using all of those words or all of those descriptions. And then I also think I found it interesting that when the person doing the interview asked a question to like further like the investigation, like, oh, is it because the sink is clogged? Like, does it need to be unplugged? He didn't translate any of that back to the mom. He just kind of like looked at her, and then I know it wasn't exactly translated, but he just said like, okay, what now? Or okay, like, do you know? Or so I found that interesting that he didn't, those are other things that he also didn't like translate back. Um, I think that it should be noted, and I really like, I made it a point to like note it and realize it and connect that Murillo talks about on page 23 at the very top how with bilingual families, parents support their children's literacy development through the use of Spanish at home. And I think it's important to notice, like, and understand. And I, again, was thinking about my interview with my focal student's dad, that just because the students are bilingual or becoming bilingual doesn't necessarily mean that the parents have to be bilingual, because they can provide that support in their native language at home. And I think it's important to like know some people might look at this, look at the situation and say like, oh, the little boy always is translating for his mom because she doesn't have the English proficiency, so he always does that for her. He's doing that favor for her. But I don't think they see the other side of it, where the mom is also, the boy is also benefiting out of the exchange or out of the situation, because he is, his bilingual literacies or in bilingual skills are being developed. And I think that's important to note, that a lot of people, just from the outside looking in, might just think, oh, like this is, he's doing her a favor, when really they both kind of benefit from this practice of him, translating on her behalf.
Caitlin noticed something very interesting about how the boy would leave out parts of the things that his mom was saying to describe the freshener. And I can definitely attest to myself doing that sometimes when I was helping my parents. They would tell me ahead of time, oh, you're coming with me so you can help me translate. And I mean, there were things that would get lost in translation. I tried doing it before in different places where I would translate word for word, and then what I was saying did not make any sense in English, because when you're young, like, just to put it into perspective, for me, I came here when I was 10 years old from Mexico, speaking very, 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 very basic English, knowing just like greetings and colors and numbers and things like that. And within months, I mean, I was the person who knew the most English that my parents knew, who could, help them translate. So there were a lot of things that I did not know how to say and how to translate to and from. And it was hard when it wasn't something like, help me find this at the store. And it was something like, hey, come with me to the bank and ask about how to open a bank account, or how to get my deposit, or how to get my this transaction I'm looking for. Because this was back in like 2002, and my parents were not exactly very tech savvy, so it wasn't really a thing to do things on your phone and look at your bank account. And like, a lot of people still just went to the bank to do those things. And same with everything else. I mean, if we got a letter in the mail, if I translated word for word to Spanish what every word meant, there was still some terminology that I wouldn't know, just because of the context. And that's what I think the little boy might have not even really known exactly what his mom was talking about. So when she was describing what it looked like, maybe he was trying to find something that wasn't a direct translation, because maybe in his head he knew that if he translated word for word, it wouldn't make sense to the other person. So there's sometimes, that happened to me, where I would be asked to translate things that just were not in my repertoire of things that I knew about. So whenever I had to go into detail describing from one language to another something, or translating what somebody was saying, if I didn't really understand the context of it and the language, whatever it was, whether it was banking or going to the doctor's office, or a letter we got, or even with my own schooling, hey, we have a parent-teacher conference, and I would have to translate certain things. And there were things that I was just like, we have to take this state testing that I don't really know about, because we just moved here. So this is just what she's telling me that it's called, but I don't know what it's for, just things like that. It's definitely a lot for a child to do that. And I feel like at the end of the day, that exposed me to just push myself in both ways to do that transfer of language, to understand English better, just lots and lots of, I mean, I feel like it was positive, but I mean, it was stressful at the time sometimes because I wouldn't want to say the wrong thing or not give their message across correctly, whatever the context was. But at the same time, like I said, I feel like like just like Marie just says in the article, it is, those experiences are very enriching to children to have to do that. So the video of the little boy who is translating for his mom, I related it to page 21 where we are reading about on the Murillo article, the Laura, the graduate student, who is surprised by how much the at-risk student has been exposed to literacy at home. And I just make a connection to most students who are ELLs. It sometimes doesn't matter how young, they are very used to doing exactly what the little boy in that video did. And then sometimes for in much more formal settings than that. And I can relate that back to my life personally. I would have to help my parents make phone calls to pay bills or go with them to the bank and help them translate, or any letters that we got that they did not understand. They would ask me to read it for them, then I would have to translate. And there's some things that I could read and I would be able to pronounce them and read them in English, but I wouldn't know what they meant, especially if it was a bill or something from a bank or something from a lawyer or anything like there. And that just requires for you to have just a higher exposure to the more difficult texts. And then the fact that you have to translate it. And when you translate, you can't just translate word for word literally what you're reading because you have to make it make sense. So you start doing that, and then the people are going to ask you, okay, well, okay, say it again. What does that mean? But what does that mean? Like I know how you're translating it, but you're not translating it exactly to give me the actual meaning. So a lot of these children who have parents who might not speak English are having to do or be exposed to all of this higher level things and text and even conversations and forms of inquiry, trying to go back and forth and problem solve with and for their parents.
Caitlin, I thought you brought up a great point talking about while the child is interpreting the message from the speaker to the mom, and the mom is describing the pine and the lemon scent, and the boy interprets again and then doesn't repeat. He speaks in English to the person asking the questions. That is beneficial for the child and the mother, thinking that it's one-sided, the interpreting, even though the boy's interpreting the conversation on both sides and he's switching between English and Spanish. Mom is listening to the English that the boy is producing, and she knows what she is trying to convey to the person asking the question. So I feel like you're right, it is beneficial. And I think when I watched the video, I was looking at it more from the child's perspective than from the mom becoming bilingual by listening to the son interpreting what she's trying to convey. Thanks for pointing that out.
Thanks, Caitlin, Daniela, and Ashley. I have just gone running, so pardon my attire. You get to enjoy my beanie cap here. I love the way that you all are talking really differently and taking on the perspective of the mother and then taking on the perspective of the child. And Daniela, I really appreciate your perspective as you metaphorically and really literally, you can imagine and describe for us in detail what you did as a child and perhaps even what you do as a young adult when you work with your parents to help them understand a particular concept or and that they lean on you to do so, but you may or may not know technically what it is. Similar to this boy where he's not really exactly sure what's happening and what his mom is requesting of him, but there's still this back and forth to get to it. And what I find interesting is the boy, asks some questions, they go back and forth. And the bottom line is at the end of this transaction, they can't really talk about the drain refreshener. They can't use that terminology like drain freshener, right? But they've done all this rich description and the son has asked all of these questions and he's using some English, right? And so there's this beautiful exchange going on, but the goal is to identify the name of the object. Yet in my mind, I think that's sort of happening. The son sort of leaves this transaction thing. I'm not really sure what my mom's talking about. But if we take this to the store, right, and this is being performed in front of a clerk who's maybe trying to help them find this particular item, the son is going to go back and forth with his mom and say, my mom is looking for something that's lemon or pine, and it helps the sink, right? And it may not be precise, and then maybe son and mom go back and forth, and eventually they arrive at, oh, you're talking about this, a drain freshener. And the son might say, what? And then they walk down the aisle, they pick up, the clerk shows them the item is acquired, the item comes home, and then the item is inserted into the sink. And now the son understands, that's what my mom was talking about, right? And so I think we always think that language has to have a precision and an answer, and that the child needs to have the absolute response. But what we see here is that the child is a part of making this literacy event meaningful and ends up being something that they end up acquiring and getting. So, but Daniela, I think importantly, you talked to us about the types of language we ask our emergent bilingual children to do, right? So taking a child of this age to the bank to do a bank loan, that might be really challenging, right? They might not have the discourse of banking. If they go to the doctor's office and there's a complicated diagnosis with lots of technical language, right? The child might have to convey things in a way that may not be precise. But I think what the linguistic bricolage is getting at is that it's not about precision and exact interpretation, but it's also letting the person, let's say in this case, the doctor, it's letting the doctor know, my mom has more questions, she doesn't understand. And so instead of the doctor just saying, okay, young boy, this is what's going on with your mom's cancer, blah, 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 blah. Based on the mother's questions, the son can then ask those questions. And then when the doctor sees that the son might be confused, then the doctor can sort of differentiate on the spot how he needs to convey that. There's less and less of, I don't want to say that this isn't happening anymore. It definitely is, but we do know that we have phone lines with dedicated languages, so phones can be picked up at any time of day, and you can have a translator in really any language that you need when communication is necessary, when it's very technical in nature. But at the same time, I don't want to diminish the relationship and the interaction that's going on between the son and his mother. So, Daniela, I would love to hear more about you, about how this bricolage was both challenging, but also how it was really enriching, right? Because Murillo argues that this sort of exchange is something super enriching, and it's not really a skill that monolingual English speakers would have. Hello, Cami, Will, and Dannon. You are going to be talking about the linguistic bricolage in reference to the two videos here. They're off to the side on the voice thread. And I want you to engage with Murillo's work in what you're observing. And perhaps you will see some familiar faces because these families are from your particular communities. I also want you to reference these 3 different bullet points and engage in a rich conversation around the bricolage.
So after listening to both videos and watching both videos, I saw 2 languages spoken, but I doubt that's the widest possible range of literacies in the household. In the interview with the mother regarding the insert into the drain to make it smell like lemon behind, I saw that the young man was interpreting for his mother, which is something that happens obviously constantly at our school. And then the literacies in language often shared in the form of testimonials, a first-person narration of socially significant experience. We see that kind of in the goats, in the names that the goats have, which are somewhat surprising in being candies. I guess while reading Murillo, this all somewhat lines up. And the mom seems very organized in her house and things along those lines. But I was really struck by the last part of the article that says knowing Spanish well enough to speak directly with parents is an obvious advantage, but perhaps less important than a sincere interest and desire to learn from the families. I found that in my own practice a very fruitful technique. I talk to my kids, they teach me Spanish. We talk about me not being able to speak Spanish and how interested I am in it and how much I regret not learning it in high school. So that is something that really draws me to a bunch of students and keeps up a great relationship with them.
Hi, Will. I really like how you brought up the quote from Murillo's article. It says it's not as important to know the language as it is to form that, good relationship with families. And I think this statement is 100% true. When you form, that relationship and take time to get to know people, that builds trust. And I think that building that trust is important. And I think when people feel comfortable around you and trust you, it's easier for them to open up and feel like they're making a connection. And as teachers, many families hold us up to that highest honor. And I think they are intimidated by us. And especially if we don't take that time to make the connection and show that we really do care, about the success of their children and care about their home language and their culture. And I think building that relationship is so beneficial. And it will only help, the student and the families as your year goes on. And when you talked about how you wish you learned Spanish, I totally agree. I took Spanish kind of as an elective class from first grade through my senior year of high school. And then I took a couple semesters in college. And you'd think by, with all that, I would be fluent. Although I can carry on a very brief conversation with my kindergartners, I can only pick up bits and pieces, from adult conversations. And I wish I had that immersion and was able to use the language in everyday communication rather than just learning vocabulary words and how to conjugate verbs. And my son next year will be in kindergarten, and he's going to be starting that dual language program that we have. And I think it's so important to have those connections and I can't wait to see, what he learns and how his version of Spanish was different. Learning Spanish is different than mine. So I'm excited to see that.
When watching the video of naming the goats, it was amazing to see the little girl, speak Spanish so fluently after being in school all these years. And when I started my basic kindergarten program, which is kind of like a pre-K program in Logansport, the girl in the video was one of my first students. And when she came to my preschool program, she spoke zero English. Her mom and dad only communicated to her in Spanish. And as she continued through the year, her English and academics, expanded and grew, and she mastered all the standards that were required for kindergarten. And by the end, she was speaking English fluently, after only 180 days of school. And it just makes me happy to see that, she can speak both languages fluently and that she continued with her L1. And I know her mom is kind of our liaison between the school corporation and a lot of our Spanish speaking families. And I know that she probably sees how important it is to have two languages, to help out her Spanish speaking community. And I hope that, continues on with her as she grows up. Um, and when talking about the first video about the drain smell goods, it shows you that the communication between the mom and her son is very strong. And you can tell that he knows what she's talking about and can explain it, but you can't seem to, come up with a vocabulary term. And this makes me think that just knowing a bunch of vocabulary words doesn't really create that bridge of language. I think it's more useful to families to be able to communicate and use, descriptive language to speak rather than just translating what they're saying. I think that builds that fluency and that strong L1. And I think the widest possible language is very rich in the household. Being able to speak fluently to his mother goes to show you that language and communication is important to them, and they value the communication back and forth in their L1, as well as you can see that she supports her son's English speaking also. And when watching the goat video, it shows that they're able to, communicate language and share language of a situation, something that is happening right then. And she was able to explain and name the goats. And you can also tell she takes kind of that pride in knowing, the goats and their names. And she was, having fun telling you that, um, telling them their names, and as well, adding that English translation of words that don't really, convert so easily into Spanish. And I think that that's so important too, to bridge that gap of language.
Maria defines linguistic bricolage on page 20 as the widest possible range of literacies practiced by bilingual families. And I think we really saw that with the video with the son and mom, as the son was trying to translate for his mom the meaning for the lemon product, whatever it may be, to put down the drain. He was working really hard to negotiate meaning from his mom from Spanish into English and then English back into Spanish. You could tell it took a lot of teamwork and effort. That's something that isn't just formed overnight. So you can tell that this is a skill, fund of knowledge that this student has developed over the years as he's helped his mom and has been the translator for her. And right at the very end of the video, Annie asked if he goes to the doctors with her. So this is probably a situation where, this student, this son, does this for his mom in a lot of different situations, not just at home, but other times that she may need him to do that. So that's definitely a fund of knowledge that he has gained from being a bilingual student. And I liked how on page 22 in the Murillo text, it says that these types of examples demonstrate that literacy development starts for children before they come to school. In another one of our articles that we had earlier in the text, it talked about how our bilingual students might not be able to say a specific word, a specific vocabulary word that you want them to, but they can give you this description of it using lots of language, and lots of adjectives and adverbs to go into trying to get to the word that we may be looking for. So realizing that they do have this language that they're even applying from their first language, from their L1 into their L2. So that's something that as our language arts teachers, we need to find significant and value in that. And it also says that children are literacy apprentices in their families, and we definitely see that with the boy. He is definitely being an apprentice for his mom, trying to get her message across from their L1 into their L2. And then for the second video, for the little girl going and naming the goats, I thought that was really cute. And I thought it was interesting to see, and this was a literacy, I noticed that the names of the goats, like Snickers, for instance, Noche, I feel like corresponded to their colors. So that correlation there, I thought was really neat to see her applying that from her L1 to L2. And then as far as the testimonials goes, it had talked about on page 20 the relationship that you have to form in order for our bilingual families to open up, to invite you into their homes. For that little girl, you could tell, they were out on their land, they were out in their barn, and she was really excited to share that experience with the interview. And Rio talks about the experiences being significant, and that was definitely a significant experience for her. So I think in both of these examples, we get to see a lot of rich language, a lot of literacies that expand across both languages, and the funds of knowledge that, especially that first boy demonstrated, that we got to see, and expanding that out into the real world too. Doctor's office, probably the grocery store, maybe if they take public transportation, all the time that he is probably being an apprentice for his mom and helping her, I think really affects how, as our language arts teachers, we can take that information in order to make our instruction better. And on page 22, once again, Rio discusses that. He says, becoming familiar with the forms of literacy that are present in children's home lives provides language arts teachers with a more complete picture of how Spanish-speaking immigrant parents do use literacy, as well as how these practices are supporting their children's literacy development. Knowing that, incorporating that into our teaching, I think can really help us push them and know that they are not held back because they have this L1 and they might not be as proficient in their L2 as we think they should be in. But they do have this rich language that we are capable of pulling out from them.
Thanks, Cami, Will, and Dan. And I just went on a run, so pardon my lovely hairdo. I loved everything that you all talked about. Specifically, you point out the interaction between the mother and the son related to the drain freshener, and how neither of them can come up with a specific word. But look at all that rich description, right? The mom knows what she's asking about, and the son is trying to figure out, and he's using his language resources to figure it out. And so look at this. They are leaning into into a situation where there isn't absolute clarity between the child and the mother, but they keep going. They don't give up, right? So there's real tenacity in that. But I love how you both point out, Cami and Deanna, that the description is not something we usually think of as being rich. We think about the vocabulary term being like, well, they didn't get the word, so. But clearly they know the word, or I should say the mother knows the word, and she's attempting to get her son to understand. But I just imagine taking this particular vignette and actually placing it in the store and making this a real event where the son would perhaps go up to a clerk with his mom, and they would go back and forth, and there would be a third person, and then eventually they would go, oh, you mean drain freshener? And then taking them to the aisle, showing them, they buy the item, they go home, they take out the item and put it into the drain to refresh, and then the mom can explain it in greater detail and actually give it a name. And if she doesn't give it a name, it doesn't make it stop doing its purpose and its function. So that's a really beautiful connection. One of the things that I would invite you to do on the Murillo article is that on page 26, there is a gray box that talks about our connections with bilingual families. And what I find interesting here is that this focuses on family engagement and not parental involvement. Because a lot of times what we do in our Title I schools is we do family nights and we tell families what to do. Instead, what would it look like if we sat back and we were the learners and not the teachers? Because really, our parents are their first teachers.
As recommended, Dr. Trish, I'm on page 26 in the Murillo text, that gray box at the bottom. I really like the idea of having a parent liaison. Usually we think about having like a classroom parent where they might be our go-to for organizing our parties or special days, but how it talks about teachers who do not speak the same language as their students and families may seek the aid of a bilingual parent liaison, a parent who is willing to contact and notify parents of upcoming class events. I think that would really help bridge the gap that we're talking about so much now between school and home, giving the parents an active role, leading them into how they really can help out from school to home by giving them that support that I believe they would be willing and they would really enjoy taking. So that's something I definitely want to do moving forward. Um, Will and Dan, and I don't know if either of you have done that before. And if you have any suggestions on how to approach that, I definitely know I would need to get a translator to help me. But I think giving them that responsibility would be something that they really enjoy. And then the parent breakfast it talks about having a very informal setting, make them feel welcome, invited, um, to help them begin to open up. I don't know if either of you had this issue, but with the interview, I feel like my parent I was interviewing was pretty hesitant to divulge too much information just because we hadn't formed that relationship yet. And from reading the text this week, we really see that that connection is necessary before the families are more open and comfortable talking to us, because I feel like teachers are kind of put on this pedestal and it's kind of intimidating, when a different language is spoken, and I really want to break that barrier. Um, so I'm glad you drew our attention again to that gray box down there, Dr. Trish, because that's something I will definitely keep highlighted moving forward for my own classroom.
So one of the things, Cami, that I think is a really great strategy that I used when I was a district coordinator is that we would do something called a town hall. So if you've ever been to a school board meeting is not a town hall. A school board meeting is usually a couple people feel really strongly about a particular topic. They get up there, they grab their mic. There might be other people that really want to speak to the board, but one person dominates. And maybe your parent organization, you see the same dynamic. This one woman keeps grabbing the mic and saying, no, it's going to be this way. And then other people aren't participating as much. And so a town hall is really different in the sense that you bring everybody together. You're around round tables. You have facilitators like a bilingual liaison, as you suggest. And at the table, there are prompts and questions, and it's the role of the teachers to really just sit back and listen and be uncomfortable and have to wait for the interpretation later from the bilingual liaison, and to really sit and to understand what the families are saying. And everybody has an opportunity to make a contribution in this type of format. When we have family nights and families come to the school, we usually are telling them what to do and to do this to improve your children's learning. Instead, what would it look like if we were in the role of the learner? It's really hard to do that because we're such doers as teachers, but what could that look like? So that's moving from parent involvement, which is more schools telling parents what to do, where it's family engagement, where there's more reciprocity and more of an equal partnership. And to have an equal partnership, we need to understand one another. And so do we do the side of the teacher in the school better than we do the side of the family of emergent bilinguals? Hi, Allie, Cody, and Michelle. You're going to be looking at two videos here in the voice thread, and this is where I want you to really connect with linguistic bricolage and make connections to those readings as to how the representation of language is exhibited. And also there's this notion of testimonios that Murillo talks about. I don't know that you'll necessarily see testimonio here, but it would be good to have a discussion related to that as well.
So Murillo describes or defines linguistic bricolage as the widest possible range of literacies practiced by bilingual families. And when I watched the videos, I noticed that at the first video, the child was describing or translating interpreting for his mom, or I think she was his mom, and he was describing to the person who was asking the question, which sounded like Annie Garcia, and he was describing like the cleaner things that you put down your sink pipes so that it would smell fresh, like lemon or like something else. I think she said pine. Um, and I just thought it was interesting because I had never really thought of that being a specific kind of literacy before, but it really is. You know, that's a whole area of literacy, being able to talk about cleaning supplies and things that make your sink pipes and drains smell good, and even things to clean out your drains. And it made me think of what Maria said on page 22, that children are literacy apprentices in their family. Um, and so, you know, that child was being apprenticed by his mom to be able to describe um, what it was that she wanted to be able to use to help her sink drain smell good. Um, and then I also thought about what Mario said on page 24 about how um, that most children who engage in reading and writing in English at school become translators at home for parents who are not fully literate in English. And then the next part really stands out to me. It says, this act of translating has been shown to help children develop strong literacy in both languages. And Maria was citing Oriana 2009 in that. And so I just think, you know, like if this child is having opportunities to translate for his mom, to interpret for his mom across multiple settings using a specific set of linguistic characteristics, you know, around cleaning supplies or around things to make your, like, and even more specifically, things to make your sink drains smell cleaner, smell nicer. You know, like that's a very specific kind of language that he's talking about. And then I connected it to my own personal life because my mom and I, we don't buy anything to make our sink drains smell better. But we rather use our orange peels and our clementine peels, and we shove those down the garbage disposal and gargle it a little bit to make our sink drain smell better. So I just think it's interesting how even the linguistic bricolages that each individual family has is going to be diverse and different. So if we could take this and we think about it, I think just keeping that in mind, it should transform our thinking as we think about the students in our classroom, because we should recognize that each of those students is bringing with them to school a linguistic bricolage. Like they are language apprentices, they are linguistic apprentices, literacy apprentices in their families, as Mario says on page 22. And I think that we need to remember that the Vaz concept, that just because we're not seeing it come out doesn't mean that they don't have it in here. In fact, they probably have a lot in here because they are literacy apprentices in their families.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm sorry, my hair is doing something funny here. Let's just make that go down, right? So as we think about this linguistic bricolage and we think about the lemon-scented drains, note that as they go back and forth, they're kind of trying to figure out, what is this thing called? Like, what do we call that? And they describe it, they detail its function, its purpose. They talk about where they can perhaps find it in the store. She talks about what it smells like, right? It's very descriptive, and there's this really rich language going back and forth. yet they're not able to give it a precise term. And I think that's one of the things we do in schools is we want the kids to say just the right word, but they're saying so much more than whatever this thing is called. I don't even know what it's called, but the description is super rich. So the concept is there, yet we want to award credit only for the word being said distinctly and uniquely. And look at this piece that's going on. And so this particular interview that Annie did was representative of something that the mom shared with us earlier as to how she interacts with her children when she's in a store. And so they were sort of acting this out, showing that this is what this looks like when I'm trying to find something in the store. And she was reflecting back on how there's this difficult to find item and the son had to kind of arbitrate where in the grocery store is it, what precisely is it. I might have to ask someone for help and I need to know what I need to ask them. And so you see this back and forth happening. And as you referenced in the Murillo text, that which is actually a secondary reference to Orellana's work, which is that this type of leadership skill and agency and apprenticeship across parent and child is dispositionally a really beautiful quality that our immigrant youth have, as well as serving as effective interpreters and translators, because it's not just give me the text and I'll translate it. Let me listen to this and I'll interpret it. It's like I have to think about what my mother needs. I have to think about where the grocery clerk who's going to assist me, I have to think about how they're thinking about this. And I have to put it in context for both my mother and the storekeeper, right? Most of us just go, I'm looking for these little lemon things that go in the drain. And then they go, oh yeah, it's on the aisle 7. And we go there. But look at how there's multiple parties involved here and how it's a really sophisticated process. And it has what I call a very elegant logic.
So while watching these videos, I noticed in the first video, the mom is trying to tell what she wants, which is obviously to make her sneak smell good. She's talking, and while she's talking, I noticed there's a lot of hand movement. So I noticed the son was able to transcribe for the lady what his mom wants, and then on Murillo on page 20 states, linguistic bricolage is the widest possible range of literacies practiced by bilingual families. This also shows the funds of knowledge throughout this scenario. And then the goat video is of a girl who was enthusiastically telling the names of their goats. It's very important as a social experience for this girl to be describing her goats. And I do know back to that first video with the hand motions to kind of further explain. I know some of my ELs at school, they don't understand something. I kind of break it down either with some hand motions or just break it down a little bit differently, and they understand it better.
Hi, Cody. I appreciated how you connected even using hand motions to linguistic bricolage and how our nonverbal cues, our body language, and all the nonverbal components of language are part of that linguistic bricolage. I hadn't really considered that. I was mostly focusing on just like, the vocabulary and the sentence structure and the meaning behind it. But, those nonverbal cues, they have a lot to do with meaning as well. So I think that you bring up a really important point there. So thank you for bringing that up. And I think that ties into what you brought up, Cody. I think that ties into what Dr. Trish was saying about how, the child who is, acting as that interpreter between mom and the grocery clerk has this what we call elegant language, I think is what she said. And how even the nonverbal cues of his mom and the grocery clerk are very important to him making this meaning and to communicating appropriately with his mom what the grocery clerk is saying, and then communicating appropriately with the grocery clerk what his mom is saying, and really seeing things from both of their perspectives, and how that nonverbal element plays a big part in that elegant language, in that linguistic bricolage.
Michelle, I really like that you pointed out the idea of linguistic bricolage within cleaning supplies, and that this video is very helpful to think about that, even in these terms and like household chores and things like that, that I've never really considered that as well. And then to expand that as well into the second video with the goats and naming the goats. This totally has nothing to do with the text, but I thought that it was kind of interesting too, like the names that were specifically picked for these goats, and they're so similar to what, you know, somebody that speaks English would pick. Chocolate, you know, but just in Spanish. And then I was extremely curious as to, you know, that last name was William Levy. And I was like, okay, that was kind of out of left field. It didn't really fit with the others. I'm confused. And so I looked up who that was, and it's a Cuban American actor. And so noticing that, I thought, oh my goodness, that is, you know, that's just a whole nother linguistic bricolage as well, because you have media and current events and, you know, people of that nature that they were pulling in as well. And I thought that was very, very interesting that the family had used that as well. And then I'd be interested to see more videos as well for the from the family that has the goats, just because they must have their own entire linguistic practices behind raising and caring for these animals.
Allie, I appreciated how you talked about the linguistic bricolage associated simply with all the goat namings. And like you, I did not know who William Levy or William Levy was. So that's interesting that you looked him up and that he was a Cuban American actor. And I think that that's very interesting how, you know, they have all of this language and these skills associated with naming the goats, but then they also have all outside of that, they have all these languages and skills associated with, you know, actors and movies and the cinema world. So it's cool to see too how for the student, for the child, you know, they're taking their bilingualism and they're really kind of meshing them together into this this more of a salad bowl kind of mentality, thinking back to our first class where they have um, different parts of both of the cultures that they're involved in, their home culture, their primary culture, if you would want to call it that, and then like their school culture, their secondary culture, which is a very big piece. You know, English is very big, very dominant. So it's interesting to see how they're kind of combining these things, even in the naming of the goats, and how both of their cultures are influencing both of the cultures that they're involved in are influencing their linguistic bricolage. But their linguistic bricolage is also influencing both of their cultures.
To the salad bowl idea that we had discussed in our first course. And I think that that's a really good example. And then I wanted to bring that also back into Maria's text. And towards the end of Maria's text, starting on like page 26, he starts talking about different ways that, or and questions that teachers can, ideas and questions that the teachers can use to help bring in these different backgrounds and experiences and literacies from homes. And I think that even in this video with the goats that, you know, it kind of fits under these different ideas that could easily be integrated. And so, you know, they talk about a food literacy project or asking the students to interview their parents or caregivers about how they use reading and writing in their daily lives. And I mean, I'm sure that there is some sort of way, schedule, whether it's written, oral, you know, what have you, that they use to keep track of those animals and feeding and care. And, you know, I don't know much about goats, so all of the things that go into caring for these animals. And so I think that that would be an interesting way to pull literacy back in. While they may not be explicitly asking like what kind of books you read at home, it might be, hey, how do you use literacy to help you care for and keep track of each of these animals? And so I think that that is an interesting way to consider literacy as well.
but within their specific household.
Hey, Michelle, I'm responding to your first post, and I also highlighted in Murillo about the if the student does the reading and writing of English at school, that they kind of become the translator home. And one of my examples of that would be when we had student teacher conferences or parent teacher conferences last year. When the parents can actually come in, I had a family that needed a translator, and all of our translators at Suncrest were busy at that time. So I asked the student if they would be willing to translate, and they translated for me and the parent, and we communicated through that way. So I know that that is a viable possibility for students to be that translator at home. I mean, you can see it was done at school, but I'm sure it's probably done multiple places when they are, I mean, out in town or just in general.
Thanks, Cody, for bringing up interpretation. So interpretation is spoken and listening, and that's what you do on the spot, whereas translation is reading and writing. So those are like the forms that you translate that go home. So translation is print, and interpretation is spoken and is on the spot. So as you think about these two examples, the first one in particular, you can see that that is definitely going on, sort of interpretation of the idea, interpretation through language, interpretation of the source message and the source messenger and what mom wants when that drain refreshener. But one of the things that you also mentioned is that in parent-teacher conferences, we work really hard to get staff to serve as the main interpreters because we don't want to put that burden on children. And so this is the difficult thing about districts furnishing that. And, you know, there is a legal provision for that because not everybody is going to have a child that comes with them. But think about how that interlocuting piece can create more of that equal power relationship instead of the teacher telling the family what to do. It's more of a dialogue instead of a top-down situation. Allie and Michelle, thanks for talking about the different goats and the creative ways in which they name them. So you note that they are drawing from their experiences in Logansport and in the US. One of them is named Snickers. One of them is William Levy, right, who is a Cuban. He's actually really well known for being a telenovela, like a soap opera guy, but he's very handsome. He habla español. So that's a media literacy that's part of their linguistic repertoire. But you see that there's these, US-based names or American names, and then we have Spanish names, and then we have the names of candy bars, and then the name of their favorite soap opera star. And so when you bring all of these different modes together, like from the media, from the favorite candy that they have, or perhaps a cousin who has a particular name, and there's a rationale behind how they name all of them. So Snickers, you'll see when she talks about Snickers, Snickers is brown, like that candy bar, like with the nougat inside. And then William Levy is very tall and regal, and he's a boy. And so they call him William Levy. So this is what you call something is called syncretic literacies, where you bring what you know from your linguistic repertoire and the linguistic repertoire of your L1 and your L2, but also the experiences that come from your family, your church, your community, your school community, and you bring those together. And it's not like you operate one way here and one way there. You bring those all together. And this is a perfect example of a syncretic literacy. So focus on the word syn, S-Y-N, what right is to bring together. And in so doing, it becomes something very new. And so this new thing is this whole process of the syncretic literacies is what Murillo references as the bricolage. So take another look at the video, and when she talks about William Levy, see if he stands out as the most handsome to you, because that's how Annie ends the video. She says, William Levy es el más guapo. Hi, Sarah, Christina, and Sarah. We've got two Sarahs in the mix here from 3 different communities. I hope that as you watch these 2 videos, that perhaps you see the faces of some of the students that are from your school systems, because these videos were taken from your communities not very long ago. So I want you to be looking at these using the lens that Murillo has under linguistic bricolage, and how what you are observing is representative of literacies and languages. Further, how we regard families as significant holders of language and literacy, and thereby possibility. So I look forward to those connections in your discussion.
In the first video with the mom and son and that exchange of trying to figure out how to explain that they need those scent boosters that need to go in the drain so that the drain doesn't smell bad. It was interesting to see that interaction of the interpretation there, and that exchange between the two of them as they, that mom and son became interlocutors. Just the depth of description that entailed there to get to a point where the mother could ask for something that she was interested in. Seeing that exchange and how creative they had to be to end up coming up with what it is that they need. Those are really great description skills that we saw them building and working on. And when I was watching the video about the goats, so William Levy, or Levi, whichever way, I think they pronounced it Levy. I had to look it up, and so a very attractive actor is what I came up with. And so obviously there is some creativity. You see the family dynamics of the family all out at the barn. So this must be taking care of the goats, must be an activity that is something that the family does together. Um, they've become close enough with the goats that they've named them, uh, which, was fun. And just that understanding that family is very important to them. Um, when I was reading the article by Murillo on page 24, it talked about the thoughts that parent had about literature in schools and in English. And it said that a lot of parents work to keep Spanish for family reasons, maintaining that connection with family and friends. And you could see that in both of these videos. Not only were they maintaining their Spanish, but they were also maintaining that family dynamic of support and spending time with each other.
So yes, the language, and this sort of connects back to the family literacies projects that you all have been working on, is that the rationale for multilingualism or retaining, maintaining their heritage language of Spanish has a lot to do with kinship. Whereas when we have English majority kids in bilingual programs, they usually talk about getting a better job, having better brains, and having a better opportunity on the economic landscape. But for our Spanish speakers, you hear something very different. So that's a really important connection that you've made. So thinking forward and thinking about the creativity that we see with the goat naming, I want you to also see the active interlocutor and interpretation that's going back and forth. And you've brought up some really excellent points as to how that happens. But in what ways does this interlocuting kind of get schoolified? And what do we end up saying that it is? And how can we deschoolify it and make it be something distinct and meaningful to the family?
So in the first video, as I was listening, I thought of a reference I actually put in my part 2 of my multiliteracy paper for the family interview, and it was from Mole's article on page 134. He said, in some cases, their participation is central to the household's functioning, as when the children contribute to the economic production of the home or their knowledge of English to mediate the household's communication with outside institutions, such as the school or the government offices. And when the little boy was translating for his mom, that immediately popped into my head. And then at the end, when she asked if he helped, whoever the interviewer was, asked if he helped at doctor's office appointments, and the mother replied, sometimes. I think it's just a good illustration of that reference. And then when thinking of the second video, when they were all outside with the goats and they were all excited, you could tell that the kids were vested in be it a house chore, or if that was the way they provided for their family, be it a goat farm or if they sold things. You could definitely tell all the kids were excited and vested in that environment.
Thanks, Christina, for your addition, and Sarah as well. So I think what you're getting at is that, Christina, is that as they're naming the goats, right, and they're going through that exercise of making those decisions, that they're drawing from what they know in their different experiences at school, their favorite candy. William Levy, who's the last goat that they name, is a famous Cuban soap opera star. So that's a media literacy. And then we've got Snickers, their favorite candy. Dulce, right, which is means sweet, but it's also a girl's name. But they have all these different logics, which of course are not revealed in here, as to why they have named their goats particular names. So I want you to take a look at William Levy, who's the last one introduced, and you'll hear Annie say, William Levy es el más guapo, and take a look at them and look at him and see if he is indeed the most handsome of all the goats there. But what this is this bringing together, and this process of bringing together is what Murillo references as the bricolage. And other scholars reference this as something called syncretic literacies. And this goes kind of back to our first class where we talked about thinking about languages being two solitudes, meaning like English is on the left side of our brain and Spanish is on the right, and that we don't draw upon those languages, that we go to school and we only think in English and we go home and we only think in Spanish. And researchers show both through qualitative work, but also literally hooking up, synapses to the brain and seeing the type of activity that's going on. The two language repertoires are not in a silo. They are actually really integrated and have this beautiful connective tissue and synapses across. And so you draw on one for the other. And this is a perfect example, the goat naming that we see where those two things are drawn together. So again, this is what we call the synchronicity of multiliteracies. It's drawing from two to make something new.
Hey, Sarah. I also noticed that mom and the boy in the first video really using those I always say this funny, interlocutor skills. I still don't know if I'm saying that right, but more than just translating like we have been learning in class, that they really are doing so much more work. And it really got me to start reflecting and thinking, of how in previous years past, I would hear suggestions to our EL families about how they should really just focus on English, like having the kids watch shows in English and having the kids listen to songs in English or read in English. And I really feel like now here, like seeing all the work that they do at home with their parents, like that is a huge disservice when teachers suggest that they are really doing much harder work and much more in-depth and using more in-depth skills at home when they are speaking with their families and using those interlocutor skills. And so I think we need to be, recommending the opposite and encouraging them to use those skills and have them do similar activities like we saw in the video, reading something in Spanish and having, those dialogues with family members and going back and forth in their L1 and their L2, I think should be our recommendations moving forward.
Hi, Alex, Jenny, and Daly. I look forward to you taking a look at these two short videos related, one with a parent, a mother and a son, and another with a group of daughters presenting you to their family pets, and you'll see that shortly. But what I want you to really talk about is Murillo's linguistic bricolage and also make connections to these other bullet points here on the slide. I look forward to your discussion.
In the first video, it was interesting to see the interaction between the mother and the son and how they did work together to communicate what the mother wanted for her drain. The child was able to understand what his mother wanted, and her using the hand motions truly, I think, helped him understand and relate that to what his mom needed. And in the second video, the family really seemed proud of their goats and excited to tell the names of the goats. So I think that they're using their funds of knowledge to educate about the goats.
I thought it was interesting in the first video that the child was trying his best to translate, and he often had to look to his mother to kind of like reassure him of what he was supposed to ask for. She was using a lot of hand motions, and I think that helped him better understand. But I think he still struggled with how to translate it, and it just makes me think about all the times we expect our students to help us translate for, some of our newcomers or for their parents, and that pressure they kind of feel because I could tell that he was sort of getting nervous when he was trying to explain it. And then he also kept having to like he knew when you suggested soap, he knew that soap wasn't right. So he knew from experience what his mom needed and what they needed for their home. He was just struggling with how to explain it the way his mom wanted it explained. And then I thought it was interesting with the goats naming that they have a lot of blended names. So there was like Snickers, but there was also dulce, which is candy in Spanish, and then there was night in Spanish, but then there were I think it was sprinkles. So I thought it was just interesting that they kind of mix match their names. That some of them are English and some of them are Spanish names. So I think that kind of plays into their fluidity between their two languages that they experience either at home or at school.
Yeah, I think this first video really showed how they utilize their funds of knowledge in their family and how the student or the mom will rely on her child for a lot of different situations. Like she said, when they go to the doctor, normally her child will go with her to help explain things. And you can tell that the child sees that as a certain responsibility, and that's kind of how they utilize their funds of knowledge. And then in the second video, I wanted to take off of what Alex was saying, that it was kind of interesting that they used both some English common names and some Spanish names as a mixture when they were describing them, and how that kind of influenced how they named all of their goats. But just to hit on something else that I've been thinking of after reading the Murillo text is I have a student that I'm currently tutoring, and he's an ELL, probably like a 2.5 or 3. And we were talking about the books he reads recently. And he ended up talking about the chapter in the Bible he was reading. And I asked him what language he reads in, and he reads in Spanish. So a lot of families don't get that type of literacy in their L1, like students like he does. But some of those that practice a religion in their home language get more experience with it than others. So I just found that very interesting that that kind of plays a big role in funds of knowledge, and kind of what Maria was talking about in his text with that.
Thanks, Alex, Jenny, and Daly, and for your additions about the real creativity that we're seeing here with the kids and their parents. In the first video, where they're going back and forth and having this interpretation exchange. And one thing to highlight, they never really end up on saying, and this is a drain refreshener or freshener. They never really land on that term. But all of this description goes into it. And even though mom has clarity in it, son isn't quite sure. But if we took them to the store and they were to interact with the clerk, imagine a clerk walking down to the aisle as the son is sort of describing this item to him. Oh, it smells like pine. You put it in the sink. It helps the sink smell good. That the clerk can take them there. They purchase the item. They bring it home. They put it in the drain. And then together they create a name for it. Instead, we in school start the other way around. We start with the word, then we do the operational definition. And what is the more cognitively demanding and sophisticated thing to do? The description, by far. The other piece I wanted to point out, and you all had illuminated it, is the creative ways in which they are naming their goats. And so you see the mixture of languages and resources and experiences. So William Levy is a Cuban actor, and he's really well known for soap operas. So that's a media literacy, which we talk about later here in this voice thread, that they've brought in. And so the influence of that has come in, and we've got dulce, which is candy. We've got Snickers, right? A Snickers bar. And if you look at the goats really closely, see if that represents, how they look. I know that it's too short a clip to really know what their personalities are like. But this follows a particular logic. And what it does is it draws upon their two resources. And in the drawing between the two resources, we have this process of the bricolage that Murillo references, but it's also something called syncretic, that when we bring together the two, we make something new. Let me say that again. When we bring together the two, we make something new. And so you see this very creative process that isn't one language or the other. It's all of their language repertoires and experiences that come together in this creative naming process.
Thank you, Dr. Marita Mullaney. You talking about how them combining their languages and coming up with kind of like their own language. I watched a TED Talk the other day, and they were talking about being translingual, which means that they combine their two languages almost as one. And I'm wondering if you've heard of this. I know we haven't talked about it that much. We've talked about how transfer can happen a lot from one language to the other, but I don't know if we've talked about translingual. So I'm just curious to know your thoughts on that.
Hi, Elise, Claudenia, and Macy. I look forward to you taking a look at these two videos and intersecting them with Murillo's work around the linguistic bricolage. I also look forward to you making connection to these other two related, well, really all of these related bullet points as you have a small group discussion. You're a small group today, so you can have more of an immersive exchange instead of many posts to read. You can listen to just two other classmates. Thanks.
On page 20, Murillo mentions to learn what bilingual parents think about schools and about their children's education. I practice what Gutierrez, Arshad, and Henrique 2009 call linguistic bricolage. In other words, I tried to capture the widest possible range of literacies practiced by bilingual families. And in this video, the boy is acting as the interlocutor, and mom is using gestures and speech to try to tell the lady what she wants, and the son is able to watch her gestures and listen to her speech and understand what she's wanting to get it across to the lady. And then at the end of the video, it also says that he sometimes accompanies her to the doctor. And then the second video about the goats, I think the families are using their funds of knowledge, and the little girl is excitedly sharing the names of her goats. And I think this is a socially significant experience for her because the goats are very important to her.
Thanks, Claudina. Yeah, we're seeing all the different ways in which the families are negotiating language. In the first example, we certainly see the phenomenon of the child interacting with his mom and trying to determine the name of this particular item. And so you can see that there's all this descriptive going back and forth, sort of negotiating, what is this thing called? And even though they don't know what to call it, they know what it is. And I think that this is really important for us as educators because our English learners often describe to us in great detail what something is, but they don't have the word. So we don't give them credit because they don't have the word, but they actually have the richer meaning and significance of the word. And we can see this manifest in that first example. And then in the second example, yes, the testimonio of the child introducing us to all of her goats. And what I find fantastic here is the different names that she has for them, like Antonio and Snickers, y otro Baron. One of the goats' name is actually named after a Cuban telenovela star. I can't remember his name. I'm going to go back and look at it and tell you what the William Levy, El Más Guapo, is the Cuban soap opera star and so they named their goat after their favorite soap opera star. But you see the intersection of their identities, of their language, the influence of English, the influence of different elements going on here. So there's a real logic to why they've named these goats the things that they have named them. Like William Levy, he's the most handsome goat. So of course that name makes sense to them. The other piece here is that oral language is a part of this linguistic bricolage, this listening and speaking and going back and forth. That's not just language, that's also literacy. And so in what ways can we honor this as a representation of literacy and literacies?
In video 1, I can see that the son is translating for his mother, almost kind of like role-playing, as if they were at the grocery store asking for help. Murillo says on page 24 that most children who engage in reading and writing in English at school become translators at home for parents who are not fully literate in English. This act of translating has been shown to help children develop strong literacy in both languages. I could definitely see how this could be true because he was having to negotiate meaning. It wasn't just being simply translated. This made me think of my focal student who also translates for his dad because his dad is not confident speaking in English. And so he frequently has him translate when they're out and about at stores and such. In video 2, you can really see those funds of knowledge and how they differ from student to student across cultures. Mall et al. Says on page 134 that funds of knowledge represent a positive view of households as containing ample cultural and cognitive resources with great potential utility for classroom instruction. These students have funds of knowledge that are vastly different than some of the classmates would have had, and definitely different than the funds of knowledge that I had growing up. So trying to pull that in and utilize those funds of knowledge within the classroom could be such a powerful thing to do. Also, I do love how you can tell so much about the things that they care about with the different names that they assigned each goat. That was cute.
Macy, agree with you so much about the different funds of knowledge that they bring to our classrooms. I remember last year I had a student, and I knew that once a month he would be pulled out of school early to go with his dad to the doctor so that he could translate for his dad, as his dad was not a proficient English speaker. He had very broken English, and so he would take his son with him to the doctor's office every month so that he would be able to tell him what the doctor was saying. So their funds of knowledge is so much different than ours. And even in the classroom, we read a story about a Mexican celebration in the quesadilla when the girl turns of a certain age. And my girls just lit up because they were able to give us so many extra details and add to the discussion because that was drawing on their funds of knowledge.
Claudania, I think those were fabulous connections to the different funds of knowledge that students can bring. And I honestly feel like I've been kind of blind to these before. I never would have thought of a student being pulled to go with his parent to doctor's appointments before as something beneficial. And I feel like I see it completely different now. I know exactly what you're saying about the quinceanera, as I've had similar experiences in the past with my students. It's interesting because in my class, we just got done reading a book by Pam Munoz Ryan, and my Hispanic kiddos loved it. I mean, all of the students loved it really, but them especially. And I had thought it was because they like felt seen and whatnot, but now I'm wondering if it had to do with the different funds of knowledge that they have at home and seeing those come to life in a book where instead of having cereal for breakfast, they were cooking like frijoles, and instead of seeing words only in English, they saw characters frequently speaking and appreciating Spanish. I actually had some students who asked if they could take the book home and show their parents. And I'm wondering if it has to do with how they see some of those experiences they have at home being recognized in a book at school and valued. Anyway, I feel like becoming aware of these funds of knowledge has really changed the way that I look at my students, especially when thinking of their home lives and what they do bring when they come to school.
Hi, Claudania, Macy, and Dr. Marita Mullaney. I loved watching both of these videos and hearing all of your conversations about bilingual families and their conversations they have at home. This made me think about my focal student and the interview I had with his older sister for our project, our family involvement project. I was talking to the sister and she told me their family, their mom especially, really values the kids having Spanish and English as like being fluent in both. So she wants them to read in Spanish and speak in Spanish at home, and then read in English and speak in English when they're outside of the home. And that made me think of the Murillo article. It says on page 23, under the section Support for Children's Literacy Development Through Home Use of Spanish, a second theme that emerged during conversations and visits with bilingual families is parent support for children's literacy development through the use of Spanish at home. In contrast to the stereotype of uninvolved parenting that many teachers in the RGV have about immigrant parents, Lupita and Juan Carlos are highly engaged in their two children's education. This is something I also have been seeing with my families, not just my focal student, but all my ELL students. They do engage with their families and they read at home. They read in Spanish and English, and they have so many important conversations that really do help them. I know Dr. Marita Mullaney, like you were saying about how a student can explain the word and tell you all about it. They just can't think of that word in their mind. I have a student this year who does that frequently, but he's grown a lot and he has so much knowledge and he's really good at explaining things. He just can't find that word in English sometimes. So he'll come up to me and he'll say like, how do you say, he'll be like, I need
the thing that for you to blow your nose. I need it's made of paper. I need it, and then and then he'll point to the box, and he just can't think of the word tissue, but that's what he needs. And he's able to explain it to me, its function and what it looks like and how it's used. He just can't pull that word out, you know. So I definitely see that within my own classroom. Macy, when you were talking about the book that you read with your students and how they felt seen, maybe, and how they could relate to those words in Spanish, you know, that they know so well. I have been reading a series called Carlos and Carmen. I found it on Epic. I love Epic because they have a lot of bilingual books. So I have a whole section for my kids to look at that are in Spanish and English, which I think is really valuable because it will read it for them. But Carlos and Carmen books, they have um, it's mostly in English, but they have a lot of Spanish terms used in it, and it's a Hispanic family that lives next to um, a family who speaks kind of like in a country accent. So they have um, a lot of words in there that the students recognize, and it defines the words at the end for all of the students that don't speak Spanish. But it's so fun to listen because when we're listening to the story, it reads it aloud on the board, and the kids will just be so excited if they hear like Tio or Tia, they know it's aunt or uncle in their home language. So I definitely relate to how impactful it can be to use bilingual books in the classroom with your ELLs. Next week, our story is called Half Chicken. It's our Journey series story. But I didn't realize until I looked it up. Half Chicken is actually a Mexican folktale that was originally produced in Spanish. So I went on Amazon and I found the book in Spanish, and I'm going to read the English version that's in our Journeys text, but I'm also going to read the Spanish English version. And I had one of my students sit with me and help me um, practice reading it out loud because I do know Spanish, but I when I read it, it sounds choppy and kind of broken, you know, because I am not a fluent speaker. So he was helping me read it, and it was so special to him that he got to teach the teacher. You know, it brought him a lot of joy. So we're going to read that together next week for the class. And I just know it's going to make the experience so much better for my ELLs who get to share their home language at school.
Thanks, Elise, Claudia, and Macy. I just love the way that you are talking differently and thinking about the role of interpreters. Whenever we're doing speaking and listening, it's interpretation, not translation. Translation is when we do reading and writing. So you can see that they're doing this rich description and negotiating that. And then it comes to the fold that there's understanding and clarity about what mom wants, but the son isn't quite sure. But when they get to the store, I know it's going to be sure. And when they bring that item back, then that is something that gets built upon. And what I love here is that the bringing together, and you see that in the goats, in the naming of the goats, is that they're bringing their different language resources together, Inglés y Español, and they're not two solitudes, right? So when we look at the goats, we have Dulce and Snickers, and William Levy, who is a Cuban soap opera star. And so this is a really wonderful synchronicity, if you will, and is what Maria is getting at about the bricolage. So I love that you all are really connecting this to your families and the focal students that you've been working with to identify their funds of knowledge and also the ways in which their families are building these bricolages. And this type of interaction might be new and refreshing to us, but it gives us another opportunity to really think about the books that we select, right? And I love how you end with us, Elise, while you talk about bringing in a book that was written originally in Spanish, because a lot of the bilingual books that are out there are like, you know, a typical book like Junie B. Jones, and it's translated into Spanish. right? So it's basically an American book and then it's translated into Spanish and then it means something different. But if the vocality of it is original to a country other than the US or a context other than the majority US context, then that is something that you would call culturally relevant. And that's where you see the engagement, right? Where the kids are really drawn in to the content. And that's part of the bricolage. So you're thinking about what does that mortar look like in my classroom? Hello, Erin, Taylor, Andrea, and Consuelo. So we are talking about the linguistic bricolage and Murillo's work. I really hope that you enjoyed reading his article, but I really want you to take a look at these two short videos and have a small group discussion. There's just 4 of you, and versus maybe having 6 or 7 on a slide. So it's meant to be a small group discussion. So I look forward to you making connection to Murillo's work and these 3 related bullet points. Thanks.
What I noticed in this video of the son translating for his mother is that he is the translator from home to community. When his mother needs help, he's the English person, but he speaks to her in Spanish. So he is still using his L1 and still building his L1. Murillo states on page 24 that while learning English is regarded as extremely important, they believe that Spanish is a resource for keeping the family united. And he also goes into stating that translators at home for parents who are not fully literate in English, they act as the child is strongly developing their literacy in both languages when they're translating. Also, in the article by Mole and Neff and Gonzalez and Amati, on page 134, they talk about how the children in the households are not passive bystanders. They seem to be in the classrooms, but active participants in a broad range of activities. And then it goes into talking about how they help the households functioning as when the children contribute to economic production of the home and their knowledge of English to mediate the household communications with outside institutions. So this person coming in and asking, the mother was asking for help to get something for her sink. The son was being that translator to help, and he was helping and being literate in both English and language, and he was still gaining knowledge by using his Spanish and speaking to his mom, and also responding in English to the lady. So I think that the families regard languages and both languages very important.
Thanks, Erin, and talking about the negotiation between mother and son. And this is the role of the interlocutor, is anticipating what mom is really needing and then going back and forth and back and forth. And what I think is so fascinating is that the mom doesn't say, I need a lemon-scented drain. I don't know what we call them. I need a scented drain, a smell good drain thingy, whatever it's called. But you see that she goes into this really descriptive language. He asks questions. They go back and forth. And in the end, they don't necessarily name the actual item. But the important thing is that the son comes away understanding what is needed. The other thing I want to point out is that he's not translating, he's doing what you call interpretation, because interpretation is speaking and listening, and translation is reading and writing. So the papers that we send home from school in Espanol is a really different process than doing interpretation, because interpretation is on the spot, in your face. It's like, let's do this right now, which means that the task involves a sense of immediacy. But in that immediacy, The son is anticipating what his mother needs. His mother is anticipating how he will understand the request. And then they're both thinking about how they're going to interact with the storekeeper to identify and find what they need. And so this is a really, really rich leadership skill and a bricolage. And if you read further on in Murillo, who secondarily cites Oriana, she says that these sorts of linguistic leadership activities across family and community are actually skills for building biliteracy and biliteracies. But more importantly, well, biliteracy is very important, but importantly as well is this notion that students have this particular skill of agency. And we don't always see that in our classrooms because we tend to build kids sort of portraits around their test scores, how they've done on an exam, and how low or high their English proficiency level is. And you can see here that some of those ascriptions that we have from the angle of the school looks really different when we go to the landscape of the home.
What I noticed from this video was how much he was struggling to translate for the mom. It's like he understood what the mom was saying, but he didn't know how to explain it in English. And I don't know if he necessarily, and he just didn't know what she was talking about because it's not something that he uses. And so I feel like translating something from the house is very complicated. I know from when I was a kid, it was really hard to translate something from that had to do with like the house. Like I didn't know how to say blender in English for a really long time, but that was just because when would I use blender at school? But it was obviously something that I knew how to say in Spanish because my mom would say it or my mom would use it, so I knew how to say it in Spanish. And sometimes when it came to translations, it was really hard for my parents to understand that because they were like, well, you know English, so why don't you know how to say this in English? And it's just like, well, I didn't learn it by translation. I just learned the language. And two, sometimes it's words that you just are not familiar with. I remember also when I was in 6th grade, I was taking a math test and I didn't know what debt was. And so I got that question wrong because I didn't know what debt meant. And we were learning about negative numbers.
Andrea, I find it very interesting how you were talking about when you were learning and you didn't know what debt was. And I think this goes back to making sure that in the classroom, we are very aware of vocabulary that our ELs need and making sure when there are different terms and cognates that we can connect to that we do in the classroom. So they're building their vocabulary and their cognates in both languages. Um, this is something I look forward to trying next year is making a list of cognates and every time we learn one, putting it up on the board, up on a chart in English and Spanish to help all the learners in the classroom. So thank you for sharing that.
Andrea, I think that you're really actually lucky to have those experiences for yourself because you can kind of relate with your students on how they're struggling to do those things. And I have loved listening to you this term, just be able to discuss your own experiences as a, L1 Spanish speaker because it really gives a different perspective to hear it from somebody that has had to deal with these things in her own life. So I really enjoyed, I thought it was funny that you said you didn't know how to say blender in a language. So it's something that I think that we all need to think about when we are expecting these things from our students and from their own children, that I think a lot of people don't really understand that they may know what you're talking about, but they don't have the words to describe it in both languages. So thank you for sharing your own experiences because I love listening to it.
Andrea and Aaron, I was thinking the same thing when Andrea said, I didn't know what debt meant. I thought, oh, wow,
they were learning about negatives, and that never, how did she not understand that word, or was it even presented for her to know that word? So I was thinking, oh, I wonder if that's a cognate, or I wonder if that's something that should have been up on the board more than a random time, but always, so that she had it, and had the visual, understood the word, all that. And yeah, it does make me wonder, just watching that video, how many kids actually interpret for their parents the correct way, if they're saying the right words in English, or if they're just kind of giving general statements in English and then giving general statements back in Spanish because they didn't understand the English spoken to them to correctly interpret it. He laughed a lot, so I felt like he was probably very nervous. And one of the things I thought about from the reading was on page 22, where it said that, all the diverse examples of the household literacies was one of the it was demonstrating that a literacy development starts for children before they come to school, which is for every child, but especially for a child that is a Spanish speaker, that's their native tongue, and who has to quickly learn, or does learn, some English, so they quickly become the communication for their parents to the outside world. Even on page 22, it also says that it recognizes that children are literacy apprentices in their family. And that also that teachers can learn that they are meaningful and have material consequences for their users, that exploring these literacy practices directly. I feel like we really need to be more cognizant of what a Spanish speaker, a student that is their native tongue is Spanish speaking, who's, I really think we just need to learn their family life to get a better understanding of how they understand us. Do they fully understand us? Are there some words that we're probably still struggling with, or just some commonalities that we, take for granted? Do they really see that? And also reading this was really interesting, because it was a lot of the things that the parents that I interviewed questioned, like, are they getting in trouble for speaking Spanish? And then also one thing that stuck out too was, I think it was on page 24, where the mom was going to continue to speak Spanish at home, because this would help their child learn to keep the Spanish. I hope I'm paraphrasing that correctly. But I just feel that, it's more common that Hispanic parents are scared that their children are going to lose their culture, that they're going to lose their language, their native language, and that they won't be able to communicate as well. That was another thing that one of the parents that I interviewed said, that their oldest child spoke Spanish fluently, but their second child grew up more here in the U.S. and picked up the English so quickly that he forgot most of the Spanish, so he only gave basic sentences, or he understood more than he could speak. So it was frustrating for them, and they got very upset about that, especially the father, because they couldn't communicate with their son any longer. So just some of those things that were eye-opening to me. And then I read it here, so I thought, wow, this is more common than I thought. So yeah, just a lot of things that came up in this reading. One other thing that I noticed was the second video about the girl that was naming all the different goats. One thing that was brought to mind was the funds of knowledge again, that they're raising goats, and some people think, especially in my town, Hispanics, they just go and work in factories, they go and work in Zachary's, they aren't farmers. And I think we forget that they are just as diverse as any other person in the U.S.
Thanks, Erin, Andrea, and Consuelo for all of your additions. Andrea, I love that you shared your experience where you would translate for your family members, but you didn't always necessarily have precision around the type of technical language your parents might have been asking you to do. Sort of like, well, you know English because you go to school, but then the language of school and the language of home is really different. And like, I love your blender example. Like, I know how to say that in Espanol, but when I come to school, I don't know what, it's not that you don't know what it is, you don't have the label, right? But a lot of times that's where we get into a trap with our emergent bilinguals where we're like, oh, well, they don't have the word. I'm like, is it that they don't have the word or they don't have the idea? And if they don't have the idea, that's one thing. And just, let's face it, some kids will have lots of words, but they don't know the meaning. So they don't really have the word, which means it's going to fade. And that's why I struggle with schools doing these massive vocabulary lists when the description of what those words mean and what they are often lacking. But Andrea, I digress. When I think about you and your family and you being invited to interpret in multiple situations, some that were complex and technical, I wondered, much as evidenced by the first clip here with them talking about the scent, the drain freshener, right? And granted, this was somewhat performed because the mom had talked about this in an interview, and Annie asked them to sort of duplicate what this interaction looks like in the store. And so, he's a little camera shy, I think, in this situation. But what I think is really fascinating here is even in his ambiguity of not being really sure, I don't really know what that's called, Mom. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. He doesn't really give up. He keeps going. The mom keeps pushing, and there's this back and forth. So I imagine if we transported this to a grocery store and we involved a clerk, that would end up happening is mom would ask for something, the son would just attempt to describe it and maybe describe it more generally. But then they would walk over to the appropriate aisle, pick up the item, they would buy the item, they'd take it home, mom would take it out of the box and show him what that is. And then he's like, oh, okay, Mom, I know what you mean now. It smells like pine, it smells like lemon, makes the sink smell good. So there doesn't always have to be perfection or absolute precision of interpretation, right? It's something that's very alive and dynamic. So, and I think that example about debt is super, super fascinating. And Consuelo, you bring up that, yeah, gosh, we were just talking about negative numbers, and it didn't occur to me that maybe debt needs to be something that we talk about to put it into context. And also to talk about the goats, Dulce, Snickers, William Levy. Do you see how they are using their different linguistic resources to name the animals, their goats? And it's not two solitudes of language. It's not two solitudes of culture. It's a bridging or a bricolage between both. And so this is what we call syncretic or synchronicity, that in the naming of the goats, the whole experience becomes new. They have this elegant logic as to why they have named the goats that they've named them. So William Levy is a Cuban soap opera star. He is very handsome. I'll put the link here from Wikipedia on his profile, but that's a telenovela that they watch together as a family. and his handsomeness has migrated its way to the barn where the goats are. So in a way, that's a blending, right? So because they have the benefit of two, and with the benefit of two, something becomes new.
So watching the first video, I noticed that the son is actually being the translator for the mom, and we see that a lot in our own community, where if I have a conversation with a parent, the child is usually the one translating. And that's a hard thing for us to do, because the child is still learning both languages. And you could see it in the video that there were some things where he was looking at his mom and going, "Gay?" Like, wait, what? So he didn't know exactly what she was trying to ask. He got it across as best he could, but there was still confusion within the questions that were being asked when the son was trying to translate it. So I do see the exact same things in school, the school that I work at, that often the kids are the translators for the parents. When I questioned my own focal students' parents about this, they said the same thing, that they rely a lot on their own children to translate things for them within the community. And I think about that as being very difficult for our kids, because there are times that I'll ask them a word in Spanish just for myself to learn, and they won't know it. So thinking about having them have to translate those difficult things for parents, obviously they don't know all of those words, so it becomes very difficult to get their message across to others. And then watching the second one with the goats, I thought it was funny how they were all interacting about the goats, and they they all had funny names. It was really cute that the family did that. So, Dr. Marita Malini, you talked about the use of both languages in the goat video, and I'm just wondering, because my own students have spoken about this before. They never have a word for it, and I've always just said, "Oh, so you speak like both together." So we always kind of use that term Spanglish, where they're using both English and Spanish, and I just wondered if that was, what that term meant overall, was just that they're using both languages when discussing things or talking with their family members. And also, I would like to apologize for my 3-year-old making weird noises in the background.
I appreciate hearing how everybody's enjoyed the fact that I've shared my personal experiences. Sometimes I don't know if I'm sharing too much. But for that second video, I didn't mention it, but yeah, I think it was really interesting how some of them were named in Spanish and how some of them were named in English, and how it's interesting how when instead of saying like an English word with a Spanish pronunciation, they say it with an English pronunciation, and they use the Spanish with the Spanish pronunciation, and going back and forth between the two. It's something that I've done all of my life. My siblings do, but not everybody does it, because I know when I was about I think I was 18, and I met somebody he was bilingual, but he was more dominant in English, and he wasn't able to be switching between the two as easily as like my sister and I were able to. So I don't know, I think that's just interesting how not it is very common for that to happen, but it doesn't happen for everybody.
So when we think about the linguistic bricolage and its connection to funds of knowledge, one of the things that Murillo invites us to do is to think about how this bricolage is built in homes, communities, churches, and even stores. And you could even add to that list. And the methods that we use is by observing in families and also doing something called bracketing. Bracketing means that we attempt to suspend our prior perceptions, our prior ideas, or what we call ideologies of what families can and cannot do. We also observe family and community events and conduct in-depth family interviews. And so you've attended to some of that with your family interview, and certainly you've been to family and community events. And perhaps you've been in contexts where you had to be the observer, meaning again, you were the learner, right? Which is what Mo and Gonzalez invite us to do. Our last reading comes from Louie and Davis Melton, who talk about family literacies project. I call it the Family Multiliteracies Project. And it's all about the bilingual book creation and how children across their language differences can co-create these books and make it a rich literacy experience. So there's a couple of questions that Louie and Davis Melton invite us to do, and they have this section called Pause and Ponder. So I'm going to put two of these pieces up here and invite you to talk about is how can we leverage Yale's cultural experiences to enrich the literacy curriculum, and how can our classrooms, be more inclusive to engage culturally and linguistically diverse students. So I'd invite you to post here as well.
So in responding to, I guess, both of these questions, one way that we can leverage their cultural experiences to enrich the literacy curriculum is to engage in a project similar to this, where we are actively inviting the family and community to participate in meaning making and literacy activities, so that they are both honoring their heritage language, honoring the language that they're L1, but they're also engaging in the L2. And something that stood out from the article was right at the beginning, where it said parents' engagement in their children's learning and development, not the family's social class and economic status, was found to make a positive impact. Amatea 2013. That's one thing that stood out to me. And I think that if we could make that more possible by finding new and creative ways of literacy to interact with parents. So I can't remember what slide this is on. I think it's back here, but it talks about creative literacies and how within the home there are creative literacies. I would argue that if teachers and schools engaged more in creative literacies, that we could more effectively communicate with the home, because we could negotiate and appropriate literacy within the home, or excuse me, within the school, between schools and families, or schools and communities, to make the overall academic achievement and language growth increase. So I would argue that while I understand in this context creative literacies is referring to within the home or within the community, I think that if the school would engage in more creative ways of doing literacy, we can more effectively communicate and with, and more importantly, dialogue with, there it goes, dialogue with our students' families and our students' communities to be more inclusive. Another thing that I've been thinking of is we can ask families about common stories that they read in their L1, or common historical events, and we can work to incorporate those into our curriculum better. So we can tailor, some of the social studies articles that we might read, or some of the scientific articles that we might read, or some of the books and the text that we offer in our classroom. We can tailor that differently each year for our students, knowing that it's not going to be perfect, but that if we engage with families about what they would like their children to be exposed to and read about, that can help them feel more welcomed and for our classroom to be more inclusive. One way that I've been trying to do this specifically is just for looking for bilingual text, Spanish-English bilingual text. And what I think I would like to do, and I know that right now it's really difficult because of all the COVID stuff. Hopefully that's winding down, hopefully. as the vaccine gets distributed. But one thing that I've considered doing is inviting parents into my classroom before the school year starts, or during the school year, and just saying like, hey, here are some of the bilingual texts that I have. Do they resonate with you? Are they pertinent to your cultural background? Because we know that, families can be from Mexico, but in different parts of Mexico, there are different subcultures, there are different dialects. Just like there's a lot of diversity in the United States, there's a lot of diversity in Mexico or another country. So it's and kind of inviting them to share their thoughts on those books and see if they have any other recommendations of books, and like ask them to bring in books that they read at home with their kids, and seeing like, okay, where do you get these books? Um, and I've also considered what it would look like for me to do something similar to the Family Multiliteracies project that Louis and Davis Melton discussed in their article. I can imagine that would take a lot of time, but I think it could be a good collaboration between, the content area, the general education teachers, the EL teachers, the EL director, the admin, the literacy director in our district, and the parents and communities involved can get involved as well. So I don't know what that would look like or when that would happen, but I think it would be nice to do something similar, and to figure out other ways of engaging with students' families, such as like a family interview, like what does your name mean, and that kind of thing. Yeah, and even just rethinking the beginning of the year activities that we do. Like it's important for students to get to know each other, but I think also it's important for the teachers to get to know the families. So maybe even like they talked about in the Louis and Davis Welton article, they talked about the idea of getting to know your ELs by finding out their native languages and the geographical location of their countries of origin. So I was thinking of like doing a more specific application of that, and just asking them about, like, having them interview their families about their original or home countries, home cities, like where they grew up, um, and discussing more about that and maybe the history related to that as well.
We're given in August a wonderful month of Hispanic heritage, where we can really delve into the cultural and the community of our children, and that is something that I did this year. And I think that classrooms can definitely become more inclusive by integrating poetry, by integrating testimonial, and really expanding our offering to the student from more of just the American written to the multiculturally authored.
Well, I thought I saw some things posted in the fifth grade hallway during August and September about Latinx and Hispanic key historical figures. And I was curious as to what all you did. I do remember getting an email, and I can't remember when exactly it was, where you invited us to be able to come and listen to student presentations that one day. I think it was really close before fall break, and I remember thinking, that's really cool. I want to go see that, but I wasn't able to make it down. So can you just share a little bit more about the activities that you did? I would just like to hear your ideas for, yeah, just what you did and other ways that we can be more inclusive of their culture.
I think in order to be culturally inclusive and to highlight these cultural experiences from our ELs and to leverage them, we have to be intentional and mindful of how we plan projects such as the bilingual book creation. I really enjoyed reading in the Louis and Melton text how involved the families became because of this project. It showed a respect between the teacher and the families, and that they were invited in. On page, let's see, it's the second page of that text. It says that the schools and teachers bridged the gap between home and school. It made parents who were maybe hesitant before or thought they weren't invited or welcomed into their children's school, it showed them that they were. And so bridging that gap showed that it had so many different positive effects on the student, not just academically, but it talked about the one student who was shy and hesitant to participate, and how it really helped her open up and blossom. So I think being mindful at the beginning of the school year when you're, making your pacing calendars and planning different projects and activities, that to do this, we have to plan it in advance, that it won't just happen on its own. And then we can really reap the benefits, just like this project showed from Louis and Melton.
Cami, I really appreciated how you said that we have to be intentional in planning ways to value the family's funds of knowledge within the classroom, and really open up those lines of communication with the families, and how that involves us looking at, plans before the unit, and even during the unit, and even before the year starts, and just what that looks like and how we implement that to make sure that we're intentional in that planning and in that in that endeavor. And I think one way that I am asking myself how I can be intentional is, how can I be intentional where I'm doing something that's not just surface level. And I think that the example in this article was very helpful, because it wasn't a surface level project. It wasn't just, oh, like we're going to read about some, Mexican food and then we're done. Like it was intentional. The families were very involved and engaged. So I think the question that I am left wondering is that, how do we make sure that we are intentional, like you said, Cami, and that it's not just a surface level cultural activity, but that it's a meaningful project or assignment that's really connecting with families and allowing them to use their multiliteracies to speak into the classroom.
I'd invite you to look at the related videos here, and again, post on your related on the slide where your name is attached. This next portion of the voice thread is regarding a study that our team at Purdue has done related to the family multiliteracies. And we conducted questionnaires and interviews with our partners La Plaza and also Goshen College and our team at Purdue. And so we looked at these 6 areas, and if you notice, they're the 6 areas that you just investigated with your families. So across 5 different school districts, we found many different things in these 6 areas, and I'm going to share those initial findings with you now. So using a representative subset from our larger scale study, we found that all parents spoke to their child in Spanish, and all children first spoke Spanish when they first began to speak. But not surprisingly, the siblings speak to each other in English. So they may interact with their parents in one language, but speak to their siblings in another. So this is the phenomenon of growing up in an English dominant context or a language dominant context, is that the language seeps in. And so we see that the use, as generations move forward, we see what we call language shift. So this is what we found. Another key finding from our study, representative of the 5 districts in this class, is that all parents want their children to be bilingual and biliterate, and their primary reason for bilingualism and biliteracy is for a better career, better opportunities, but also for their cultural identity. So they are able to communicate with grandparents, so they are able to connect with their heritage. And that positive identity formation was really important to families. And they identify that the main strategy for raising bilingual children is speaking Spanish in the home and being very vigilant about that language use in the household so it was retained. And in some cases, families identify that they learn from other families and other relatives that the lack of Spanish in the home over time meant that the lack of, there was a growing disconnect between children and parents, specifically in the area of language, as children experience what you call a rapid language shift, which then leads to language loss over time. And so parents, not all parents, but many parents were really persistent in maintaining Spanish in the household.
So something that I thought of in relation to this slide is in Marina Mullaney, Lee, and Wren's article on page 42. It was talking about the print literacies and how families discussed and negotiated meaning with print literacies in their home. And one of the notes said, similarly, family 1 from Newberry shared that they would check out mostly English books, and mom would ask them questions in Spanish to gauge their comprehension of the material. This oral transformation of the English books to their heritage languages demonstrates the linguistic adaptability and creativity of their household. So I just found that interesting. And I know I was nosy and earlier on this voice thread looked at the other group's videos that they got to watch just because I wanted to see them. And I noticed that in one of the other group's videos, a mom was doing this as well with her younger daughter and her older son. They were reading about Biscuit, and her son was reading it in English, and then mom was asking questions in Spanish, and the daughter was answering in Spanish. And it was just cool to see that linguistic adaptability and how even if they're reading an English text, that their main strategy for raising bilingual children is through speaking Spanish. So I just thought that that was a neat practice of families that we saw both in the research articles we read and then also in the videos. This slide also made me think of Mario's article on page 24 under the heading Parents Agency Standing Up for Spanish-Speaking Children. The article discussed just how the parents intuitively and even practically realized that more Spanish equals more language, not more English equals more language, or more not more English equals more English, but more Spanish equals more English, and more Spanish equals more Spanish, and more L1 equals more everything in terms of language. And Murillo says that this parent, Nancy, worried that the abrupt switch to English would mean that her daughter would learn less and fall behind her classmates. And later it says that Nancy was right, that her daughter, who had been an honor roll student in first grade, began getting D's and F's. When Nancy tried to help with homework, she noticed that her daughter was not only having difficulty learning to read and write in English, she was also forgetting the Spanish literacy she had been developing. And then later, Murillo comments, I was surprised by how many parents recognize that English-only instruction is harming their children's literacy development in Spanish and leading them to speak, read, and write less in Spanish. Parents also work to keep Spanish for family reasons, and they go on to describe that. But that's just made me think of that linguistic adaptability, again, that Marina Mullaney, Lee, and Wren talked about, and how they can discuss English text, but by speaking Spanish. They use oral language in Spanish to discuss English text, and how they're trying to make sure that they're honoring that Spanish language, and that their children don't forget any literacy development that they have in Spanish. So I thought the connection between those two articles was interesting, and how parents oftentimes have an intuitive and practical sense about the importance of Spanish literacy and development continuing in the home and school when possible. And then the final thought from Mario on page 27 says, we have a long history of learning from parents. As a language arts editorial noted in 2000, almost all the home literacy advice and tips we're pushing on parents nowadays, e.g. having print in the home, read with your children, be models of reading for them, answer their questions and encourage their curiosity about print, and so on, we learned from parents in the first place. Murphy and Dudley Marling, 2000, page 380. That quote really stuck with me.
Michelle, I'm so sorry I'm posting on this so late, but I wanted to come back and talk to you about the article that we wrote. And we're actually turning this into a larger scale study where we looked at 72 families across our communities to take a look at this whole notion of something coming home in English and being transformed into Spanish, and then being transformed into comprehension. And we found that this cycling was consistent across many of the families that we interviewed. And so instead of that sort of being like this notion of transmission, like receiving in English, transmitting in Spanish, right? It wasn't as simple as that. It was actually super sophisticated. But I found that that was a way of families, particularly parents, being able to occupy a space of influence, a space of specialness of being the child's teacher, and how they could use their shared language of Spanish to be able to do that. So to me, this sort of activity, although it seems really simple, is really giving more authority to the emergent bilingual families in the household, that they hold a say, they hold a role alongside of the teacher in creating meaning with their children. And just think about the sophisticated procedure that they go through every night for every activity. And just think if you've grown up with that your whole life, how rich is that? So these are the types of literacies or multiliteracies that emerged in the household based on our questionnaires, interviews, and video captures of our families across all of the districts that are represented in this section. So the first was print literacy, which generally came from school. Media literacy, which includes things such as tablets, which we found an abundance of versus laptops or desktops, particularly smartphones and televisions. And school literacies, which were connected to print literacies, and created literacies, and how all of these things intersected where families created their own literacies. So one of the things that we discovered is in one of our communities, we found that families that spoke indigenous languages other than Spanish would go to the church mass. They would listen to the service in Spanish, and then afterwards they would gather with others from their indigenous community. And with the priest, they would negotiate what the priest was saying. And they would do that in their heritage indigenous language. And so this was quite a lengthy process, but it demonstrated their commitment to understanding the source message and how it took multiple parties to do so. But in so doing, it wasn't what you call a transliteration, where you take this from Spanish and you turn it into another language, or you take this from English and you turn it into another language, similar to what we talked about in week 5 related to testing. Really, it is something that was richly negotiated. So one of the things that I think is important to think about when we think about created literacies, think about all the ways that you count literacy, be it homework, assignments, activities, and in what ways can created literacies be representative and demonstrate that our families are doing something with our families. It just may not be in ways that we understand. But what we did find with created literacies is that they were exceptionally creative. They took cognitive demand, they were difficult, and they took time, and our families negotiated them and did them. Y los deseos. What our parents, what our families wish schools would be thinking about. Paciencia was a common construct that repeated itself again and again. that teachers need to show more paciencia. Very simply, that is patience, but paciencia in Espanol is, and also in the context of being teachers and learners of this concept, is that paciencia is much bigger than just being patient, because patience involves understanding and connection. And that's what the parents were trying to express to schools. And then also we found that families would be inclined to have more bilingual teachers and paraprofessionals, and they would really enjoy having that for their children.
I really like the term that they used here, paciencia, because I think that it does show, what parents are wanting from schools, and it's really good to have a full definition of the word, not just patience, but the full understanding of what that means. And as far as this point right here, I actually had my focal students' parents say that they would love for their children to be able to be in a bilingual classroom where they're learning both English and Spanish, because they want their children to be successful in both languages. So I really hope that someday schools will have more of these opportunities for EL students, because it would be so beneficial for them to do this. I'm doing my master's for Western Governors University in special education right now, and I just did a research project on the benefits of having bilingual programs in the schools in the comparison to just having traditional EL programs where they're mostly learning in English. So I have a very strong feeling towards the fact that we should have more bilingual teachers in the school, and try to implement those bilingual programs as well.
So that's all for Family Multiliteracies. Thank you for engaging in this important work as we extend our notion of academic language from the school to our homes and communities.